Now entering the ring is Class 1 Angus steer, 1 entry Jenna Fries.
I want to welcome everybody here. Good morning. Like I said, beautiful day here, beautiful facility. Like I said, we had a great show here yesterday, and they said there's 170 some steers, and that ain't counting the market heifer. So we got a big day ahead of us again today. But I'll tell you what, there's been some phenomenal cattle come through here, and I know today's going to be nothing short of that. So starting off your show here, and like I said, I appreciate the starting with the national anthem and honoring our country and our God. And I'm just I'm proud to be affiliated with an industry that does that. And then the young lady that did that, if you weren't here, that was a phenomenal national anthem. About made me cry. So anyway, she was awesome. So anyway, we started off your Angus show here, and we only got a single entry here. But I'm telling you what, here's a real stud here. I mean, he's one that carries a lot of power, and he's one that carries a lot of dimension to him. And you know what? He's big backed and burly and sound and good haired. The young lady does a good job with him. He's so balanced and so good. And like I said, I mean, there's only one, and we had this happen yesterday. Just single entries, but by gosh, they were good, and it's the same deal here. He can stand a lot more competition. If you're going to head him off, you better bring a good one. So let's give the young lady a round of applause. Great Angus steer starting off your steer show here today.
Congratulations, Jenna Fries, for your champion Angus steer. Now entering the ring, Class 2, your Charolais and Char composite steers. 2 entries, Stetson Baumberger and Natalie Herbst.
Starting off your Charolais show, and I'm going to leave these like they are, and there is a little bit of trade-off here, just from the one that I choose to go through here, the silver steer. To me, he's one that's just a little more extended. I feel like we're a lot more extended in that neckline. I like that there's no chest floor in him. He's super good up over his top. I think both steers are powerful steers. They're big boned steers. It seems like we're just a little bit extended all the way through and just a little bit more sharper in our lines to me with the steer that goes out here that I choose here today. I like the gold steer. I mean, he's a powerhouse. He's loaded with a lot of meat and muscle and big back and flat back. Gets a little shorter in his neck and probably carries just a shot more chest. Both steers, I'll just say this, could walk better off their back hinds. I mean, this one can get up and come in steep. This one kind of gets to swinging them out. So both of them, I think that's a trade-off because I don't think one's any better than the other one on their movement. But I went with one that I thought was just a little bit more crisper in their lines and, like I said, just a little sharper out of that front. Congratulations.
First place, Stetson Bomberger. Second place, Natalie Herbst. Now entering the ring, Class 3, Charolais and Char Composite. We have Riley West, Brielle Bryce, Quentin Beery, and Liberty Cook.
Tough competitive class here in your Charolais division. I think there's, it's competitive all the way down. I'm going to go with the young man's gray steer here, and he checks a few more boxes for me here today. And when you look at him, he's probably the lightest boned one of the class. I mean, but the thing is on him, he's the soundest one. I like the way he comes down to the ground. I'm looking past that because I got to have him comfortable when they're moving around the ring. He's got plenty of power to him. He's a different made steer than some of the other ones in this particular class. But I'll tell you what, when you get him stopped, he gives you that look out of that front end. Like I said, he's really nice, and his chest floor, he carries some body, like I said. But he's man enough for me here. And like I said, if I could make him better, I'd give him the bone like some of these other ones in here. But the whole deal sealer today is the way he gets around the ring more comfortable, and that is it. I like the steer, this gold steer. I mean, when he came in here, he's hard not to look at. Other than, I love that steer. He's more compact. He's chubby. He's stout. Beautifully shown. Beautifully presented. And I'm just saying, but when he walks, he gets real short in his stride, and that just limits him from being the winner of this class. I like the steer in third. He's looser made. You know what? He's probably looser made than the yellow one going out. But he's a little more coarser made, and he gets a little more rugged up in his front end. And if you wanted to switch him two around, I would not argue with you a bit, just because when you look at the foundation from the ground up, he's probably better than the yellow one. But like I said, he gets coarser and more bolder in his neckline and in his crest, and he's a good steer. He looks like a super high performing kind of steer to me. I really like that steer. So to me, here's another steer. Represents kind of all them ones that's been in here. He's one that duplicates that pattern. Look, he just gets real limited in his travel and just gets real up in his ankles. Like I said, I love that big back power and that look that he's got. I just can't get past those ankles here today to move him up any higher. Congratulations.
First in class goes to Riley West, second, Brielle Bryce, third, Liberty Cook, and fourth, Quentin Beery. Now entering the ring is Class 4. With 3 entries, we have Adam Weber, Melanie Daniels, and Colin Rasmussen. I want to take a minute to introduce our judge, Mr. Kirk Steerwalt, and Mr. Kirk Steerwalt and his family own and operate Steerwalt Cattle and Clinics since 1987. They have exhibited and sold numerous champions across the U.S. and Canada. Their 300 head cow herd concentrates on club calf steers and breeding heifers of various breeds. Kirk has judged many state fairs and national major shows across the U.S. and Canada. Kirk has been conducting nationwide and international show cattle for 38 years. Kirk's advice is dream big, work hard, be consistent, and show up when you're supposed to. Kirk and his family reside in Leedy, Oklahoma. Thank you, Kirk.
Another nice classic Charolais, and really a super stout one here. I mean, you know what? He's one that's extra special and hard to make. I mean, that one there is got the extra look. I mean, you know, he's kind of off to the races today, but I mean, he gets that head up, and I'm telling you what, that's a show steer deluxe right there. But he's big-ended when you get behind him. He's sound on his feet and leg, beautifully presented, really nicely shown. I mean, like I said, he's one that's got the coolness factor on him and the wow factor, and I'm just telling you what, he's a neat package deal with a lot of look and a lot of future to him. The steer in second, I like him as well. I mean, I think when we compare him to 2 and 3 here, I just feel like he's probably a little bit more stouter within. I'd like to lay that tail head down into him. He kind of wants to go downhill, but he's big barreled and he's one that's stout on his feet and legs, and he's sound and functional, and you know, all these are good to the ground, and I appreciate that about these exhibitors. This steer here is awful good too. He's got some spine to him. He's got some length to him. He's linked good up out of his front end. Like I said, he's just probably not as square hipped as that gray one that goes out ahead of him, but there again, like I said, he's got some shape. He's not like he doesn't have any internal muscle, but he's got some rib shape and body, but he's good when he gets out here on the go. Like I said, all three of those steers are good, high quality steers, good cattle in general. Let's give them a big round of applause. Nice job out here.
First in the class goes to Colin Rasmussen, second, Adam Weaver, and third, Melanie Daniels. Now entering the ring is Class 5 with 3 entries. We have Claire Daniels, Kaden Kaysen, and Nora Weidert.
Charolais show has been competitive all the way through, and like I said, here's one that there's a lot of him. I'm just telling you what, that's a lot of steer and a little girl. I'm just telling you what, that calf there is big-legged, big back, big-ended. He's one that I think is good in his lines as we go out through that front end. I mean, he's one that's excessive traded. I mean, he's a monster bone. He's super stout when you get behind him, big-bellied and super haired. There's part of him him, I mean, like I said, I like the smoothness of the one that comes behind him. I mean, he's rugged, but yet I think we're good enough today here. And like I said, that dude, when you get behind him, super impressive. I mean, I would like to put that tail head down into him just a little bit more leveler and square, but that's nitpicking on a really, really good one. I like the steer in second. I mean, I think he's genuine. I think he's a legitimate kind of steer. I think he's one that carries himself pretty balanced all the way through. I mean, he gets a little bolder in his crest and in his neck, and he kind of wants to roll up in his loin edge. You'd like to maybe level him out from front to back. I'd also like to kind of square him in with his tail head, but he's sound on his feet and leg. All three calves are super good and super sound. The steer that we conclude with, he's a little bit more leaner built. He's not as heavy in condition. He's just not as far along in maturity. I guess where I pick on him, he kind of wants to come down hard on that front end. I'd like to soften him up if you could, but like I said, he's just a little bit more harder all over compared to the two that go out ahead of him today. But a very competitive class all the way down. These exhibitors are doing a great job, and these steers are going to do some good on down the road. Congratulations.
First place in that class goes to Nora Wider, second place Kaden Kaysen, and third place Claire Daniels. Coming back into the ring is going to be for champion Charolais composite steer is Stetson Baumberger, Riley West, Colin Rasmussen, Nora Wider. Hadley Herbst, Brielle Bryce, Adam Weber, and Kaden Kaysen.
And these, we pick our champion Charolais, and I tell you what, when these four class winners come back, I am really happy with the way these cattle fall together. I mean, if you know me, I mean, I like cattle with power. They have to be sound, but I like cattle with a look. And there's been some classes where I went to that, and I'm just saying is so to me, But when we get all these out, I mean, all these to me have some similarities, and to me, and the one biggest one is they're all pretty dadgum good. So anyway. The young man out of Class 1, that steer there, he's a young steer. I mean, but man, he's a cool made item to go. And you could go a lot of different places with him, but his neckline is so unusual with that chest floor, nothing down there. I mean, that dude right there, he does something there that's not easy to do. And I'm just saying, he's a pretty cool calf that started off that Class 1. Class 2, we had some stouter, maybe one bigger legged ones in there, but this steer here is sound. He's complete. He comes with a lot of balance. And he's so crisp in his lines and the way he comes together. And like I said, he's just one. The young man does a good job with him out here. Like I said, he paints you a really good look. The steer that's probably not as relaxed as most in here is the orange steer. But I'll tell you what, that dude right there is flat back, soft legged, and he's one that really comes extended out of his neck. I mean, he's one that carries that underline that you like. Like I said, he can get a little bit soft in his top, but I'll tell you what, he's one that's just got that cool look factor to him. And like I said, he's one that's presented well and showed well, and he's not easy to show. So I'm just telling you what, but when you get him parked and you get him set up, that dude's a looker. Now this dude right here, let me tell you, he's a load. I mean, he's big-legged and big-ended. Like I said, he's got a sharp look to him. I love his body shape. Like I said, he's massive when you get behind him. I just like to kind of lay that tail head down into him, and he just seems, like to make it more leveler and a little bit more truer. So to me, four really, really good steers. I'm just going to tell you what, the thing that I'm happy about this lineup here is I feel real comfortable that all these steers are going to go ahead and make good market steers down the line. I'm just telling you what, they've done a good job. They got a great future. Let's give them a big round of applause. I'll go get you a pair of steers out here that I like.
Congratulations to our champion Charolais composite steer, Colin Rasmussen. Our reserve Charolais composite steer is Nora Widert. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is for Angus, and Key Main steer is Ryder Gray and Brody Lesher. No, it's just.
I think this class starting your key shows, sorts itself out pretty easy for me. And like I said, a lot of just so you guys know, out here in the stands, I mean, a lot of these shows, like that steer that won that last division, our last breed, I said, is that his first show? And he said, yeah. And I mean, that's going to be, you're going to see that all day, and that's okay. As long as we can get these calves in and out of here and no wrecks, it's a win. And I've been there. So anyway, you got to kind of fight your battles as they come to you. But here's a steer that to me, has to be the obvious one, just because he's stouter made, he's bigger ended when you get behind him, and he's just farther along in condition. You look at his bone compared to the second one, he's just heavier built, heavier constructed all the way through. Now, when you get him out on the walk, and he can get up a little bit, in his ankles a little bit, but I don't know if that. It's hard to read him just because he's amped up. I mean, and a lot of times when they're amped up, they're pushing in the halter, so they're always going to be up in their ankles. So, but you look at him there, his angle looks good, and so to me, he's a cool looking calf. I love that front end. Like I said, I'm a chest guy. I like it with no chest because that gets worse as they get bigger. So to me, he's an easy first here for me. I think both these steers are close. Like I said, this steer's got a great future to him. I said he's just thin. He's greener. When you see him track away from you, he walks narrow. But I think he walks narrow because he doesn't have the feed and the maturity in him as compared to the one that goes out. But he's a good calf. I mean, that calf, he's one of them that, like every bite of feed, I guarantee you that one gets better. So to me, keep on feeding him. The homework out of here is get the feed bucket out and try to get him caught up. So let's give him a big round of applause. Those gentlemen did a good job out here. Congratulations.
First place, Brody Lesher. Second place, Ryder Gray. Walking into the ring for Class 7 is Cooper Miller and Corbin Stiver.
excellent set of cattle here. I tell you what, there's only two, but these are two really, really high-ended calves. And I mean, this one that comes in here, I mean, he had me at the gate. He has me at hello. That calf's a really big up over his back, nice up out of his front. So square hip when you get behind him. I love that about him. But the thing that to me is the deal sealer is when he gets going around the ring, he just sets those legs down so good and true and square, and he comes with some cushion and some softness. And you know, when I look at him and you get at the 3/4 of the one that comes in here in second, he carries that fill and that body and that rib shape back into that flank and back into that back 1/3. And I think that's where he does a better job in the steer behind him. That steer behind him is big boned and big legged. You know, I don't think he's quite as stout, but I mean, he's good out of his front end. I love his center body. You know, he gets a little odd off his back hinds at times. I can't really, you know, you look at him, it's got plenty of flex and cushion, but it just kind of, it comes down to the ground odd. That's the only way I can put it. I'd like to see that just a little bit more better. At times you can get up on them, but like I said, a lot of these are pushing into it, so I don't worry about, I mean, I'll take a bad step every now and then, so I ain't worried about that. So anyway, like I said, but that's the way I seen them today. Those are two powerful steers. Let's give them gentlemen a round of applause. Doing a great job out here.
First place, Cooper Miller. Second place, Corbin Stivar. Coming in to Class 8 is Hadley Cooper. Aspen Beery, Colin Rasmussen, Reagan Torbett, and Paisley Cundy. They were donuts. We'd like to say a quick thank you to our sponsors for the coffee and donuts in the show barn this morning from Grossenberg, John Deere. We would also like to mention Fleet Farm, South Dakota Farmers Union, and Outback Steakhouse. Thank you for supporting the Black Hills Stock Show.
little challenging here on the start, but I mean, you can. I mean, I seen him come in, and like I said, we were walking good now, and then now we're locked up. So anyway, you know, got to lock the front hubs in, right? But anyway, I'm just saying. So anyway, you know, it isn't to his advantage today, but that's a good steer. I mean, you know what? He's cool made. I mean, he's so sound. He's got some length to him, which I like because that tells me, you know, he's going to make a 1,400 pounder. You know what I mean? But he's good up out of his front end. Like I said, he's soft on his legs. I mean, he's square. But the thing is, where he has it over the second steer is his cushion down at the ground. I mean, he's soft made from the ground up. I mean, he's one that has got flexibility. He's got athleticism to him. I mean, he's a show steer. Like I said, I mean, he's easy to read and he's easy to find. I love this steer parked. I mean, this one here is one when you get up on him. I mean, you know, he's got some things that better than that one. I mean, I think that underline's better, and he's big barreled and burly looking. But when he gets out here and go in motion, he gets steep off his ankles, and you know what? I just can't move him any higher than that. I just like to give him more softness and cushion. He's one that I love parked. I'd like to change him moving. The black and white steer, I moved him up to third just because I feel like he's a little bit more legit on front and back from a soundness standpoint. He's not as explosive as the steer behind him, but I feel like we get around the ring better, particularly off his front end. And I'm just saying, but he's big barreled. He's good looking. Like I said, he's fairly good for stoutness and genuine shape up high. You know, he wants to flatten up down low, but that's picking on a really nice calf. This is a really solid set of steers all the way down here. Here's one that you just love. I mean, when you look at him, and like I said, you know, he's another one that I like him parked, but I just like to change him. He kind of gets up on his front end. He wants to get opened out on that front end, and he gets real up in his ankles here in the back. But I mean, if you're going to make one and you don't have to move him, they don't get any better looking than that. I mean, that's a good calf. We just got to try to manage him, you know, whether it's hoof trimming, you know, joint supplements, whatever we got to try to get him freed up. And I'm just saying and that helps the game in him, and that changes it a lot. Here's a steer that, you know what, got a lot of parts and pieces that I like. I mean, he's extended. He's got some barrel to him. You know, he's got some growth to him. I see some performance in that steer, but he's just skinnier today. He's raw. And so to me, we're going to go home and feed him. That steer's going to make a heavy steer in the end, but we got to have a heavy fat steer. And I'm saying, so I'd pour the feed to him. I'd get the gassing on him, like I said, and not let him grow away from us today. We use these shows as homework. A lot of times, you know, we figure out what we need to do when we go home. So anyway, nice set of cattle. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
First place, Colin Rasmussen. Second place, Hadley Cooper. Third, Paisley Cundy. Fourth, Aspen Berry. Fifth, Reagan Torbett. Now entering the ring, Class 9, Paisley Young, Jace Rich, Wynn West, and Stephen Gamble.
Well, if you're on the sidelines here, like I said, this is a bone and hair class. But anyway, every one of these is really close in the way they're what they have here. And I'm just telling you what, they're awfully good. There's some separation here, but not by much. But the steer that I choose to go with here, I just feel like, you know what, he's the most comfortable at the ground. He's one that's level up over his top. His tail head lays in there nice and square. You get up on him and you get up on his hip there, and he just comes out nice and true up through them pins. He's just one that, like I said, to me, gets up there, and I think a lot of it is just because he's just more comfortable when he gets out here and goes out here in motion. I'm just saying he's nice out through his front end, good in his chest. Not taking anything away from this second place steer. I really like this steer. He replicates what that one does too, but I just don't feel like he's as good in his back ankles coming out and getting out. He can kind of get to swinging them out of bounds just a shot, but like I said, I just like to have him changed up just a little bit, and that's the only difference because those are two high caliber kind of steers. The next steer here I like awfully good too. Like I said, it gets close. I mean, it gets hard. This is not easy, but I'm just telling you, this steer here is a little not as extended in his front end, and he gets a little bit higher up in his flank, back into his back 1/3. I'm just saying this, but we can work with that. Like I said, I mean that to me, he just doesn't have as much belly and rib shape and doesn't carry it all the way back into his back 1/3 and flank as good as the two up above. Here's a steer that I like awfully well as well, and I'm just saying is, he's big-legged. He's one that's got a good pattern to him. He's not as stout as the three going out. I look at him at the ground, and I can't tell if he's up and rigid on his ankles or if that's just a bunch of hair that needs to be like cut off. It's hard for me. I don't know if I see any action or pop in there. It's just like I said, it's just odd to look at from the ground up. And like I said, but to me, like I said, he's just not as stout as some of them. But all four of those steers are super good. And I'll tell you what, those exhibitors are going to have a great future with those four head. Let's give them a big round of applause. That's a competitive class as we've seen all day.
First place, Stephen Gamble. Second, Win West. Third, Jace Rich. And fourth, Paisley Young. Now entering the ring for Class 10 is Claire Ram, Jaden Thompson, Jennings Pazor, and Maggie Holt.
Really a nice class here. Like I said, with this key division, which you'd expect it to be tough, but this red steer, I mean, he's so fresh in his look, and he's one that's so nice the way he's so smooth featured all the way through. Now he's not as I'd like to tighten him up in that front end, but I like this rib cage and barrel. I love the cushion that he comes down the ground. And the thing about this steer here to me, when I look at him, is he's not an extreme in any shape or form, but he's just a good calf, and he's one that blends together good, and he's just so soft made in his rib shape and middle. Now I would, if I could help him, I'd like him to tie in just a little better up high. I think this one does it better, but this one to me, like I said, he's a little bit more coarser made, not as smooth made as this one here, but he's sound. He's actually sounder than the boy, right? But anyway, I tell you what, I mean, that's a good calf. Both these steers, and I mean, you could switch these and talk it all day long. I just like that red color. I like that softness that he has. I like that freshness that he has. I like his size. I like that moderation of frame, and that's the way I call it, because both of them are like close, and it depends on where your priorities lie and what you prefer. But like I said, those two are like really, really good. This steer here coming in next, I like this steer. I mean, he's well shown, well presented. I mean, he's cool marked, and he's one that, like I said, he just wants to tighten up in his walk. He wants, he gets a little bit higher. He's not as square like in his tail head set. He just holds it up there, and like I said, but he's a cool calf. Like I said, if I could change the way he gets around the ring and make him a little bit more mobile, I love that thing. That thing's cool as they come, hard to make. We conclude here, and like I said, here's a nice steer that young lady's done a great job with, and like I said, he's one that carries some balance, and he carries some performance, and he's sound on his feet and legs. He's just not as heavy built and constructed as them ones that go out, but he kind of drew a buzzsaw of a class out here today. Let's give them young people a nice round of applause for a nice class.
First place, Claire Ram. Second, Jennings Pazor. Third, Maggie Holt. And fourth, Jaden Thompson. Now entering the ring for Class 11 is Cutler Shoneman and Kyle Shaw.
I think the way this place is here, and it gravitates pretty easy for me. And this steer that I'm going to choose to start with, he's just stouter featured, bigger ended. He's just fatter, farther along in condition. He's one that's got some shape. I maybe he can get just a little bit round in his shape, but I do think he's fairly functional on his feet and legs. Go ahead and you can go back here, buddy. Yeah, you can go back. Yeah, you can go back out here. So. Yeah, you're doing good. So anyway, like I said, he's a good calf. They got him well presented, well shown. Like I said, I love that flatness of back that he has. Really a good, strong hip. The steer in second is another good calf, and he's just behind as far as in weight when you compare him to something like that. That calf's got all the parts and pieces and the bells and whistles. Like I said, I think he's sound and functional on his feet and legs. He's just not carrying he's not just packing the muscle and the meat and to me, the overall dimension that this one goes out, but he's got a good look to him. So I think both cattle are fairly functional on their feet and legs. You know, this ring here, I got to say one thing about this ring. I was in it all day, and you know what? I wasn't tired last night. My legs didn't hurt a bit. And this ring's fairly, I'd say, cushioned. I mean, it's fairly forgiving to cattle. And so to me, I appreciate the show for doing that. Congratulations to these young men here.
First place, Kyle Shaw. Second place, Cutler Shawneman. Coming back into the ring for champion key steer is Cooper Miller, Brody Lusher, Colin Rasmussen, Stephen Gamble, Claire Ram, and Kyle Shaw.
Well, all I got to say is wow on this key division, and I know we got a lot of show left, but I'll tell you what, these young people brought the heat, and we started out strong, and I'm just telling you what, this show is getting to be fun. That heifer show yesterday, just every breed, I'm telling you what, these kids just kept bringing the stock in, and I'm telling you what, good-looking rascals, I'll tell you that. So to me, the steer that we started Class 1 with, you know, that calf's a neat calf. He's young and big-ended. He's got big legs, big hair. I mean, you know, he's cool made, and like I said, he's got a lot of options on where that dude can land. I'm just telling you what, but that's a good little show steer right there. That steer in second class, class. I really like that steer. I mean, he's one that checks a lot of boxes for me. He's got some shape to him. He's flat backed. He's one that's got a good pattern to him. He's good out here on the move for me. And like I said, and some of these, like I said, we're fighting. These things are a little bit tough to halter. On the halter, and they're, it's hard to read them. You kind of got to work with them a little bit. But you know what? That one there shoots me a picture, a great picture, a lot. So anyway, the next steer in Class 3, I like this steer. I think he's one that he's not relaxed. I mean, he can kind of pull back and kind of get kind of give you a different look. But he's a good calf. I'm just saying, when he finally relaxes, that's a good steer. And I mean, and he's definitely in the thick of things. I mean, he's in contention. And like I said, but he ain't helping himself today at all. I'm just telling you what. So, but he's a good look. I mean, I tell you what, he's sound on his feet and legs. He's got enough hip for him for me. And like I said, he's soft in his middle. I really like the steer that comes in there behind him. I mean, he's one that's relaxed on the halter, and like I said, he's easy to look at. He's nice made, big haired, good looking. Like I said, nice in his chest. I look at him and his ankles. He can, he can do something a little bit down low there. I'd maybe like to see him just a shot more comfortable in that respect. But that's a good calf. I mean, like I said, to me, this is a competitive division here. I'd like to see him have just maybe a little more flank, but man, he's good up over his back. Like I said, he's in the thick of things as well. Like I said, I love the way he's presented. He's fresh in his appearance. Young man does a great job with him, and that's just a show steer deluxe from the get-go. I really like this red steer. We had a yellow one behind him. But this red steer, I'd change him in his front end. I would, but I guarantee you that's going to make one heck of a fat market steer. I love his color. I mean, he's so good out here on the walk. The young lady does a great job with him. I mean, he's one that, like I said, I look at him and that steer looks like to me he's going to be a feeder. I mean, I just read feed in him, and I think he's going to do that. I mean, like I said, I love the way he balances out. I like the way he comes out of his hip. I mean, he's just one that's just got a cool look, but in a different way than maybe the other four here. And so to me, like I said, he's a good calf. And I think we round out on the with the bigger steer here on the end. He's got some weight to him, but that's okay. I mean, he's got some condition on him. He's got some shape in him. He's one that's level out through his hip. He's good in his lines. He's sound on his feet and legs. And like I said, he's a good calf. Every one of these steers is capable of doing something big down the road. And I'm just saying is, I don't get the crystal ball out, but I know I'll tell you what, I mean, when I was a kid and I had something like this to start out with, I'd run to the barn to try to rinse. I'm just telling you what, and blow. So to me, these kids got good parents and good whatever behind them, because they got good stock in here, I guarantee you. So anyway, it does take an army. So I'm going to go get you a pair out here. Like I said, let's give these guys a big round of applause for a great job of bringing an awesome set of cattle out here.
Your grand champion is Cooper Miller. Your reserve champion is Colin Rasmussen. Congratulations. Class 12 for Gelbvieh Balancer Steer, Tyler Stitch.
Single entry here, and like I said, we've had a lot of single entries through the days here, but every one of them has been nice. I'm just telling you what, here's one that's got some extension. I mean, this steer here is loose enough where he's sound enough. Like I said, and you know what, and he's not in what I'd say heavy rig, but he can handle the feed. I mean, that steer is going to be he's going to have a bigger carcass and a bigger frame, and to me, he's going to be a heavier steer when it all gets said and done. But he's got all the parts and pieces to make him sound, and like I said, and he is sound. I'm just saying is he's extended, like I said, and I'm glad, like I said, he's got him in the shape that he's got him here today. But a nice steer, like I said. Let's give the young man a round of applause. We'll catch him back in here for your final drive. Congratulations.
Your champion Gelbvieh Balancer Steer is Tyler Stitch. Congratulations. Now entering the ring for Class 13 is Cora Freezy.
Single entry here, starting off your Hereford show, and like you said, here's a young, youthful steer. Like you said, I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, here's a good steer. I mean, he's sound on his feet and legs. He's loose made. He's got some bone to him. You know what? I don't know whether I like the calf better or the girl. I think I like the girl better. But I'm just gonna say this: I mean, if you can't like that package right there, I guess I can't help you. You know what I mean? I'm saying a little girl and a calf, little boy and a calf. That's kind of where this 4-H career starts, and that's where it all starts. And like I said, I raised my kids in this program, and now they're young adults, and I'm proud of them. And I owe this whole 4-H and FFA industry to do that right there. And so to me, we'll catch her back in here. She's got a good calf. She's done a good job. Like I said, let's give her a big round of applause out here. Nice job.
First place, Cora Freeze. Entering the ring for Class 14 is Xavier Grace and Jenna Freese.
I'm gonna leave these just like they are, and I'm gonna say both. This is there's a closer decision here than you think, but I just feel like this steer here is a little more moderate in his frame. He doesn't have quite as much daylight under him, but I think when these two are together here, they're just more genuine internal muscle right through the center portion of that quarter. I just feel like when we look at condition compared to frame, I feel like we're a little more on point here. Here's a steer that's like got some frame. He's a little leaner and greener and a little bit more thinner in weight, and like I said, and we need to get him caught up, but he's got big bone to him, and like I said, he's just not as stout made naturally right when you get behind him, but both have done a good job. Like I said, I love it that they're sound and they're functional, and they're going to be able to handle the feed on down the line. Congratulations to our exhibitors as well.
First place is Xavier Grace. Second is Jenna Fries. Entering in class 15 is Tuff Hagen, Shaylee Jensen, and Brody Huffman. A quick shout out for our sponsors, our Farm Credit Service, First Interstate Bank, and Cattle Business Weekly. Thank you for supporting the Black Hills Stock Show Youth Beef Show.
Really nice Hereford class here, and I think pretty legit placing. I mean, to me, I this steer here, he's just so good in his rib shape and in his barrel, and when you get up on him, I feel like that steer there has got so much good coming down to the ground. Truer in his skeletal design. The steer behind him, I love the redness of that steer. I love the markings, but he gets when you look at his skeletal design, he kind of comes in out of one position out of the back, where this one he comes straight down. He comes with some base width, but he's just stouter. But I love that rib shape and barrel. Young lady does a good job with it. I love this one's presentation. I love his color. I mean, I love a lot of things about him. He's good in his line. It's just when you get behind him, he's just not a stout made. And like I said, when you catch him out there on the walk, he just doesn't come down. He wants to hawk in, just doesn't come down as true as that one that goes out ahead. And we conclude, here's a loose made steer. Like I said, that's one that's sound and functional and definitely has some carcass merit and some functionality to him. Like I said, just needs to be caught up in feed compared to the ones that go out ahead of him here today.
First place for class 15 is Shaylee Jensen. Second is Brody Huffman. And third is Tuff Hagen. Now entering the ring for class 16 is Win West, Jory Miller, and Jace Rich.
In this Hereford class, I tell you what, these young people raised the bar. I mean, they turned up the burners here now, I'm just telling you. And they brought some good Hereford steers. Both these steers here are, to me, high caliber and very excellent. You know, this steer here is unusual. I mean, you know what, he's very unique in the way he's put together. He's very unique in his markings and just his hair and his rib shape and his body. He's just such a cool made steer. I mean, that one right there is hard to make and hard to find. I'm just telling you. And we raise Hereford, so I get it. But that she's done a good job, beautiful on the presentation. He's stout-ended. Like I said, he's just complete. He comes with a lot of balance. He's sound on his feet and legs. He's good-looking. Young lady's doing a great job with him. It's hard not to get into that. I'm just telling you what, yeah, pat him on the head. That's what I say. He's a good boy, right? The second steer is in the thick of things as well. That's a good steer. I'm just saying it would be lights out if that one wouldn't have showed up. But I'm just saying that calf there is big backed. I mean, I love how you've got him fed. I love the condition that he's in. I think, you know, he's on point to do a lot of different things down the road. That's going to make a great fat steer. I mean, that steer is so even and balanced, and he's one that's not extreme in any shape or form or any single trait, but he comes with so much completeness, and he's so smooth in his design and the way he's put together. Young lady does a great job with him as well. Another steer that comes in here in third, like I said, in third is a good steer. I mean, he's long. I mean, that steer is going to be able to pack the pounds on. He's sound. He's loose made. Like I said, he's flat up over his top. He's just not as explosive as the ones going out. And I'm just saying, but this is three really, really super good Hereford steers out here today that these young people brought in here that I'll tell you what, you might be able, you know, things can change down the road with management and feed and whatnot. So I'm just saying this is a heck of a pair of steers, and I mean heck of a three pair of steers there, like I said, in this class. So let's give them a round of applause. Three truly good steers out here today.
Class 16, first place, Jory Miller. Second, Win West. And third, Jace Rich. Entering the ring for champion Hereford steer is Cora Fries, Xavier Grace, Shaylee Jensen, and Jory Miller.
As we select your Hereford division, like I said, it's been strong. It's been really good to me participation in this. The numbers have been good. 4 classes here, and like I said, we started out with single entries here, and like I said, that calf, young lady's done a great job with him, and that looks like a good pair there. Like I said before in class, I mean that young lady and that steer. I mean that's gonna be good stuff down the road for memories, and like I said, you know, starting out your 4-H career and to me having fun doing it. So to me, the steer out of class 2, like I said, he's really good in his lines. I mean, you know what, he's young too, and you know what, he's can you know, he's just made good. I mean, you know what I mean, he's not as big and explosive as some of these out here, but when you look at just how he's made and to me everything put together, he's balanced and comes with a look. You know, we come out of class 3 and that steer is so good in his barrel. I mean, he's just like deep. You know, he's one that's got some shape to him. He's really nice up over the top. Really carries that turn of that top right into that forerib and up into his shoulders really nicely. I mean, he just one that young lady does a good job with him as well. So, and I think we come out of the last class here, and you know, there's a powerhouse. I'm just telling you what. I think you know, he does a lot of things that aren't easy to do, and he's one that's very unusual, and he's one that's hard to make and hard to find, and like I said, he's one that's very unique in his kind. Like I said, he's just one that, I mean, I'm not going to beat around the bush. He's going to be your champion here today. Congratulations.
Your champion Hereford steer is Jory Miller. And your reserve Hereford steer is Win West. Congratulations. Now entering the ring for Class 17 is Ella Hiller and Cashlyn Krebs.
Really a nice class here, starting off the Limousin show, and I think two competitive steers, but really a stud up here in front. I mean, he's one that's just a superstar. I mean, in my mind, I mean, he's one that comes to the ground good. He's one that's so even in his look, and he's just really a young lady does a good job. I love this steer when you get him out here and you get him out here in the walk. I would like to lay his tail head probably down just a little bit into his hip, but I'm telling you what, that dude is nice. I mean, he's one that's really cool, and I think where he really excels over the second steer is he's just deeper twisted, stouter within. The second steer's got a tremendous look to him. I mean, he's big-haired and big-legged, sound on his feet and legs. I think we're functional enough there, but he's just a little bit more thinner, and he just doesn't carry that rib shape and volume. You get up there on him, and like I said, I feel like he's just a little bit more higher twisted. He doesn't carry that dimension quite as explosive and quite as deep, to get past that steer. But that's a really super good one that leads off this particular drive out here today. Congratulations to the young ladies.
First place for Class 17 Limousin Limflex steer is Cashlyn Krebs, and second place is Ella Hiller. Walking in the ring for Class 18 is Allison Daniels, Heidi Reeder, and Colby Rich.
I'm gonna leave these just kind of like they are, and I'm gonna tell you what, there's some trade here, and if you're on the sidelines, you want to switch them. You know what? I can't argue with you. I mean, I feel like there's just some there. I feel like honestly in this particular class that there's some trade with all the cattle, and like this steer here. I mean, when I look at him and he's standing there. I mean, like, he wins easy for me because he's the one that's the most balanced. He's one that's smoothest as far as out through his shoulder and his neck. He's one that carries some natural underline. He's fresh and youthful in his look. He's one that, he's well presented. I mean, he's easy to look at. Where I have trouble with him is when you watch him walk, he wants to, like, get out of bounds a shot. And then, you know what, that bothers me. And like I said, I'm not, I mean, it's there. And I'm just saying this, but I'm gonna let it go here today enough here because he does so many other things right, and I think he kind of gets in. We get into the yellow steer. It's a big bone. He's not as explosive as to me as that steer, and he's not as smooth. He gets a little bolder in his neckline, but I feel like he's sound and functional. Probably walks maybe a little better. So if I'm picking one that walks the best, it's going to be that one. If I pick the one that I feel like is the smoothest made and the one that balances good and one that's got that extra look and all that, then there I am. So to me, that's the way I see it here today. The steer in third is awfully good. I mean, you know what? He's a little bolder in his neckline, but I mean, he could. There's if you want to run him to the top, you can do that too. When I get up on him, he's bow-legged from behind, and that's an issue there for I feel like on him, and he's kind of a little bit more up in his flank, but he's good in his back. I mean, he's explosive. He's big hip. He probably could be the stoutest one in the class. I don't know. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, but he gets a little more, like I said, masculine and thicker up in his neck. So to me, like I said, I went with the blended package, the one that I feel like's the smoothest in his traits, and that's kind of the way I called it here today. But there's three options here, and to me, I'm telling you what, we could re-rack this, get a new judge, and you could do different. So I'm just saying that's the way I see this class. So congratulations to these young people. Let's give them a round of applause for three really, really good steers.
First place is Allison Daniels, second, Heidi Reeder, and third, Colby Rich. Coming back into the ring for champion Limousin Limflex steer is Cashlyn Krebs and Allison Daniels.
As we select your Limousin steers, like I said, you know what? This has been a good heat and a good breed and a good drive, and there's been a lot of quality all the way through here. And you know what? Like I said, I'm not one to package up or pair stuff up, but I have similarities in what I like, and that's kind of like I knew what was coming out of the first class. I pair it up with what I feel like was the one that fits the bill, fills the mold that I'm doing today. And like I said, and I just feel like when you bring these two out, these are two excellent steers. Representing the Limousin breed, and that steer out of class 1, I'm telling you what, I mean, that one there is a cool made rascal right there. I mean, he's one that's big over his back, and he's one that's good in his mental. He's so proportional in his body length. I love his to me his hind leg set. I love I love that he's just, like I said, he's just so complete and so balanced, but yet so sharp in his lines and so good looking, and like I said, and completing that with some soundness. I mean, that's just a hard thing. Those are a lot of check boxes for me. This steer out of class 2, like I said, we just got done talking about him, and I mean, when he's parked, he looks and replicates that same kind of stylish pattern and that natural pizzazz that I like that comes with him. But like I said, I would like to change him in the way he travels. For me, it's lights out. That's that steer out of class 1. He's your champion Limousin steer out here today. Congratulations.
Champion Limousin Limflex steer goes to Cashlyn Krebs. Reserve to Allison Daniels. Congratulations.
when we bring our second place perspective, I talked about him. He's one that's like shoots that neckline out there like $1 million. I mean, like I said, he's got a lot of future to him, and like I said, he's one that's a little bit more tubular. He doesn't come with quite as much of explosiveness and rib shape and body, and I feel like the class winner out of Class 2 probably does a better job in doing that. He's going to be your reserve champion out here today. Congratulations. I told you didn't want to leave, but anyway, so good job.
Now in the ring for Class 19 is Bridger Erickson, Carter Bannon, Landon Daniels, and Danny Santee. For the Maine-Anjou Maintainer Steers.
As we get in a little bit, like I said, there's some trade here, and I think I don't know if there's any one steer that's like running away with it, but I feel like it kind of like default a little bit, and I think this steer here, he's the one that's the neatest in these lines. He's really true out through his hip. I'd like to give him a little bit more rib shape and belly. He's not as far as in heavy rig, but he's the one that completes the balance, and like I said, he's one that's good up out of his front end, and he's nice up out of his tail head. Like I said, he's not as explosive as some in here, but you know what? And I mean, we're getting out on the move. He's okay. He's not. I don't know if he's like perfect, but I think he's okay. And so to me, I'm just going to say that. I feel like our second place steer is probably better at the ground. but he's not as neat out of that front end. And he's big bone, big ended, big top. I love that steer from the shoulders back. From the shoulders forward, you know what, he just gets a little bit more masculine, and he just gets a little bit more rugged, and I'd like to smooth him up. I mean, honestly, if you put them two together, it wouldn't be all bad. But anyway, that's kind of where I think. This steer in third, if you wanted to move him up a notch, I can't argue with you. Today, he gets real short and real rigid off his back hinds. I mean, he's just more jammed. He's kind of a little more up in his tail. I like his center body. He's soft made. He needs. I'd like to see him loosen up. I would. So you know what? It's just that, but that's a good calf. And so, like I said, here's a steer here that's real rugged and a little coarser in his makeup. But like I said, he's kind of not as soft made. But I don't think he's as far along in condition as some of the ones that go out ahead of here. But that's also a good calf. I think a little bit of days on feed, and I think that changes that steer. So a nice set of cattle. I think 4 different steers, 4 different options. Like I said, young people have done a good job. Congratulations.
First place, Landon Daniels. Second, Danny Santee. Third, Carter Bannon. And fourth, Bridger Erickson. Coming in for Class 20 is Ashton Smelzer, Bowen Brown, Oren Sell, Parker Day, and Dylan Russell.
really a nice class and pretty easy find here on this steer. I mean, cool marked and cool made here. He's just one that patterns well, but he's a chunk. Now, I mean, that dude right there, he's a brick. He's one that's packed full of meat. I mean, he's deep bodied. You know, he's not long in his body. He's not long in his neck. He's just a box. I mean, he's stout made. He's chubby, and I mean, he's big back. The young lady does a good job with him, and he's cool marked. I mean, that thing. Yeah, you could. He'd be fun to just go out there in the barn and blow on. I'm just telling you, he's just one of them. But anyway, he's just unusual, so you just want to hug him. But anyway, you know what I mean. But he's just a cool calf, and like I said, yeah, like I said, he's one that throws everything together really well in this class. And we got some framier ones in. You know, it's kind of like we got him, and then we kind of like we shoot up and frame a little bit here. And like I said, and this one here's got a little more daylight on it. He's not as heavy built and heavy constructed, but if you really study him, you know, he's a good calf. He's really nice up out of his front end, and like I said, I think there's a lot of there. I mean, I think that calf makes a good market steer down the line. Just needs more feed. Need to give him more belly. Like I said, we got a little bit of homework to do leaving here, but I think that's a good, solid, genuine steer. I do. I moved Red up, and mainly because I think he's looser in his spine and looser in his skeletal design. He's one that, like I said, he sets down softer. He's bigger framed as well, but he's flat backed and he's square hipped. And like I said, he's kind of like, it looks like a steer that's like growing away from himself, like all of a sudden hit a growth stage. And like I said, but I think that steer, like I said, if we can get him slowed down with feed, that's a good kind of a steer. Like I said, he just got a little more daylight under him today, you know what I mean? And we just like to grow him to the ground a little bit better. Here's one, we're down on the ground a little bit more. And I'm just saying, but his back hind's he just gets up in his ankles. And like I said, his skeletal design just, I just had to move him down one. It just, one of them, I just can't, go that route. And I don't mind him taking a bad step, but that one there kind of struggles and gets a little rigid about every step. So I'm just going to call him on it today here. But I like it when he stopped. When he's parked, that's as nice a one as you'll see made. I mean, he's soft built and big backed and a lot of meat in him. Here's another one that's got some daylight, and he's one also growthy and framier, and like looks like another one like I feel like he's hit a growth stage and growing away from himself. And he's just one of them, like I said, good steer. I mean, he's got a lot of good parts and pieces to him. There's a lot of bells and whistles of that calf. It's just that we got to get him softened up with some feed and grow him down to the ground a little bit better down the road here. So anyway, congratulations to our young people.
First place, Ashton Schmelzer. Second, Dylan Russell. Third, Oren Sell. Fourth, Bowen Brown. And fifth, Parker Day. Walking into the ring for Class 21, True Hagen, Amelia Covey, and Wynn West.
Nice class of steers here, and I think really two war horses here, if you will. I mean, nothing against the third steer, but he kind of drew a buzzsaw here. But anyway, this steer here, pretty easy winner for me, honestly. Young lady does a good job with him, but the thing that seals the deal on him, I think both are similar. And you get up on them, they're big hipped, big haired, big legged, fitted immaculately. I mean, they're explosive. I mean, they're cool looking cattle. Like I said, I mean, these things are hard to make. But this one here, I feel like just nicer in his chest. And to me, I think there's quite a bit of difference there in those two. And then the other thing is when we get him out here and we get both of them in the travel, I feel like this one here is just a little bit is more up in his ankles. And a lot of it is he's not relaxed on the halter. I don't know what he's like, when he's home and everything's off of there. But, pushing today, he just wants to get real rigid and get up on him. But between the ankles and his chest, like I said, I feel like this one jumps up here in this class and leads off this class pretty nicely. Like I said, the third steer, like I said, nothing against him. He just drew a couple powerhouses there, and like I said, he's loose enough made and sound enough made, but like I said, he's just not as heavy built and constructed as the two that go out, and it's just kind of the obvious place he's got to be. So 3 nice steers out there, 2 really good ones out here on top. Give our young people a round of applause. Nice job.
First place, Amelia Covey. Second, Win West. And third is True Hagen. Class 22 for Maine-Anjou steers are Tucker Mike Machiel, I am so sorry, and Tavy Miller.
I'm gonna leave these just like they are, and the black and white steer, and both these are really good. But I just feel like we just got a better rib cage and barrel. I feel like we're a little more moderate in our size. I just feel like when we look at frame in correlation to rib shape and body, I'd like to maybe change him and make him a little more explosive down low. But I think he's sound and functional on his feet and legs. To me, where he's so complete is from front to back in his underline. Like I said, from the center portion of his back down to the bottom portion of his underline. To me, he just really completes himself with a lot of balance and, like I said, a lot of IPL. I like this there. We don't have him relax here, but he's got a little more elevation to him. He's one that's got a good look to him. Like I said, I don't want him to be any framier, but he's a big-legged, stout-made kind of steer. Like I said, he's one that's not as explosive to me down low as well. So to me, I chose to go one. I feel like it's a little bit more rounder ribbed, a little bit more deeper body to me, front to center and from front to back. Thank you.
First place for Class 22 is Tucker McGale, and second is Tavy Miller. Entering for Class 23 is Jenna Ike and Taya Ann Clement.
I'll tell you what, this is a heck of a pair of steers here, and I'm telling you, these things here are close and they're good. But this way I see it, the steer that I'm going to lead off with, I mean, man, that is one youthful, attractive, fresh steer that's really sound on it. I mean, that's such an ideal hind leg set that he has. I'd like to see him, I like the rib shape in the belly, to me, in the steer behind him, but that sharpness out of that front and that extension, I mean, that one just gives you that killer look, and, it's just one of them that you get up on him. And I wouldn't call him any extreme as far as like power, the most I mean, but he's way big enough. I mean, like I said, that steer just comes together so nicely, and I mean, he's beautifully presented, and he's just one that, for what I like and what I, looking for. I mean, that steer there, like I said, he fills the bill. He's just a good steer. The steer in second is no slouch, and I'm just saying is, and you know what, I mean, it gets close. I mean, that steer's sound, big-haired, big-hipped, big-bellied, big body. He's just not as sleek and not as trim out of that front end. That's really the difference. But both them, are excellent, hard to make, hard to find, very unique steers that these young ladies have done a tremendous job with bringing the quality of cattle in here today. And I think they need a big round of applause because those are two exceptional kind of individuals.
First place for Class 23 is Jenna Ike. Second is Taya Ann Clement. Entering the ring for your champion Maine-Anjou maintainer steer is Landon Daniels, Ashton Schmelzer, Amelia Covey, Tucker McGale, and Jenna Ike.
As we select your champion Maine steer, like I said, it's been a competitive drive, and this breed has really held their end up of the deal and even more. So to me, been a fun show. I mean, this show is ramping up. Every breed, I'm just telling you what, and that's what we've seen in the Heifer show. They just kept coming in. It's been so much fun for me to be here and look at these young people. And you know what, I get disappointment because these cattle are that good, and I know we got winners, and some are going to be disappointed. And I can only make so many people happy here, but I'm trying to find the best ones I like. I know what I like, and you know what, and I can't wait to see what comes through that gate. And I'm just telling you what, these exhibitors have just done an incredible job of doing what they do and bringing the cattle that they bring. And so we started out at Class 1. That steer right there, he was one that he just put things together because he was smooth, he was long, he was square out through his hip. He needs to be, he's not as far along as going to be as some out here. Like I said, there's a few changes in here, but the profile look there is incredible. We come out of Class 2, and we had a class there that had some framier steers in there, and then this one here, like I said, I call him a brick. I mean, he's a chub. I mean, he's one that's just he's really chubby in his look, and like I said, he's big over his back, and he's got a lot of hip to him, and he's sound on his feet and legs. Love his color. I mean, I tell you what, those markings are so unusual, and like I said, he's just neat kind of steer here. Like I said, the next steer that come in here, that steer is so fresh and youthful out of his front end, and he's presented well, and he's got some rib shape, and he looks like a nice, easy feeding steer. And I'll tell you what, that girl's doing an incredible job with that calf. I mean, you can just tell the calf and the kid go together there, and that's a good look. If I could help him, I'd like to free him up when he gets out here and goes in motion here. But I get it. Some of these calves, it's their first shows, and it's just not as free and relaxed on the halter. We come out of that next class, like I said, there was one, and there was a bigger, more taller kind of black and white steer behind him. But I felt like that steer here, he won that because of his soundness. He's rib shape, and his body was from front to back, and he's very complete. And I look at that steer. You know what? And not saying what he'll do here today or not, but I predict that steer is going to make a super good fat steer in the end. And we come out of this last class, and I think there was a couple in there, but this steer here was so fresh in his look and so youthful in his design. And like I said, he's not as extreme in any shape or form, but that's me. I'm not a single trait kind of guy. I'm a package guy. And I tell you what, and in that class, like I said, the one behind him probably had a bigger rib in him, but this one here is probably, way cooler and good in his chest. And like I said, he's a show steer deluxe. So to me, I'm going to take another spin through them. I'm going to get you two out here. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause for an awesome job in your Maine-Anjou breed.
Our grand champion Maine-Anjou maintainer steer is Jenna Ike, and your reserve champion Maine-Anjou maintainer steer is Taya Ann Clement. Congratulations. Entering the ring for Class 24, Red Angus steer, will be Tucker McGill, Grace Daniels, and Reed Selman. Again, for Class 24, that is Tucker McGill, Grace Daniels, and Reed Selman.
your Red Angus drive, and this is your champion and reserve drive. So to me, but as we get these cattle out here and you get up on them, you can't when you get. And I know you folks out here probably don't have the advantage that I do. But when you get up on these, this one here is he's huge ended. When you get behind him, there is so much shape. I mean, his pins sit out there nice and wide, and he's one that, like I said, over here he's kind of out of whack a little bit in his stance here. But I'll tell you what, that's a good steer, and I like his frame. I think the only thing is he's a little bit upright in his front end. I'd like to make sure that I'd like to keep softening me up if we can, but boy, parked and to me moving, he's got some flex off his hind end, and to me he's one that is so impressive when you get behind him, and he's not overly fat. I mean, when you get up on him, there's some rawness to him. For reserve, I'm going with the young lady here. I love this color of this steer. I mean, this steer is very vibrant in its red. I mean, he's just one that is really well presented. He just gets a little bit more rigid and choppy off his back hind, and he's just not as explosive. When you get behind him, you could about put him inside that other one as far as just muscle and shape. But he's a cool calf. He's made good. Like I said, he again is upright in his front end. I'd like to get a little bit more, like I said, curvature from the shoulder down to the knee here. Like I said, both those steers, like I said, are a little bit more upright than I like off that front end, but they're good cattle. And I think we conclude, here's one that's a little more younger and a little more thinner and just doesn't carry the maturity and the performance compared to the two that go out. But very competitive Red Angus. Give our exhibitors a round of applause, your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Red Angus steer goes to Reed Selman, and your reserve champion Red Angus steer goes to Grace Daniels. Congratulations. Entering the ring for Simmental steer is Cashlyn Krebs, Corbin Stiver, and Allison Stamberg.
These just like they are, and I think it sorts itself out. This black and white steer this young lady has, I mean, he's a cool guy. I'll tell you what. I mean, he's one that's so well presented. He's one that's so proportional from front to back. I love his extension of his neck, but his lines are so crisp, and he's so good up over his top. The thing that really, to me, brings him, out in front is he's so good at the ground. He tracks off. He tucks off with some natural width and power. Just a really nice show steer leading off on this Simmental drive. This in here is as cool as they come. I'm telling you what, big-legged, big-haired, one that's got some power to him, really nice up over his top, extended out through his front, no chest. He gets a little bit more higher up in his tail head. He doesn't lay that down quite as square and true as that one that goes out. He's a little bit more, to me, higher twisted. He just gets up in his ankles. When you get him out here and travel, he just doesn't come off with as much width. He's just a little bit more hawks in, a little bit more narrow tracking to me compared to the one that goes out, but that's a show steer as well. He's as good as they come. And I think we conclude, here's one that really sharp up out of the front, one that's really extended, just ran into a couple powerhouses here, and he just one that's a little bit more thinner in his overall composition, and he just needs a little bit more time on feed, but a good looker. Young lady does a nice job with him out here as well. Let's give our young people a round of applause. Nice job out here starting your Simmental show.
For Class 25, first place, Cashlyn Krebs. Second, Corbin Stiver. And third, Allison Stramberg. Class 26 is Hadley Johnson, Josie Franzen, and Harrison Cook.
I'm going to leave these just like they come in here. And like I said, the yellow steer here, and I'm just saying, he's one that is proportional. He's neat up out of his neckline. And like I said, I think I think him and the second one are really good in their underlines. The third one's, to me is a disadvantage in this class because these cattle got some really nice swooping, contouring underlines to them. I think where the difference comes is, I think both are fairly close in their bone. I feel like this one's a little more athletic out here and when you put him in motion. I feel like we're a little more tighter in our front end. I'm just saying is when I look at his leg set, the black steer is just a little bit more opened up. Like I said, I wouldn't want either one of them any more upright in that. I feel like we're a little bit looser made with this yellow one. But like I said, I think both of them are very comparable. Like I said, both very good kind of steers. Like I said, that's the difference in them too. The third steer I really like a lot. I mean, he's one that is extended. I mean, he's one that has got a lot of nice parts and pieces. I think he's sound and functional in that respect. He's just tubular out here today. He's just giving it too much undercarriage and too much underline compared, to the two that go out ahead of him here to move him up any higher today. But give our young people a round of applause. Nice set of cattle.
First place for Class 26 is Hadley Johnson. Second is Josie Franzen. And third is Harrison Cook. Now entering the ring for Class 27 is Mila Timpton, Avery Antelope, Danny Santee, Heath Ralston, and Cooper Miller. We would also like to give a few shout outs to our sponsors at Tri-State Livestock News, Western Legacy Foundation, and High Hog Livestock Equipment. Thank you for supporting the Black Hills Stock Show Youth Beef Show.
pretty easy find here for me, and like I said, I'm going with the young man here in the cowboy hat. But this steer is very neat made. I mean, he's a big hip kind of a steer, sound on his feet and legs. He's comfortable on the halter and on the lead. He gets around the ring good, but he's just so complete all the way through. And like I said, very fresh in his appearance, and he's one that just has a super design. And he, to me, wins this class pretty easily in my mind. The steer in second, I'm going to go ahead and put him in second today. There's some issues with him that he gets a little bit more crestier in his neck. He's one that's odd built up in his hip, and the way he ties into that loin edge, which makes him a little more restricted in his hinds. But when you get behind him, I mean, would be the stoutest one in here by a long way. But he's just teeter-tottering on the edge of being unfunctional. And to me, I worry about him a little bit, but he ain't doing nothing terrible today. The steer in third, I like him because I think he's genuine. I think he's honest. I think he's legit. I think he's one that's complete. Young lady does a good job with him. He's nice up over his top. And you know what? I could move him past that one in second pretty easy. He gets a little more plainer looking at times, but when you start trying to tear a big hole in him, you really can't. And I'm just saying is that steer, he might not be the prospect in, one, but I'm telling you what, you got a steer that's going to make a good marking steer. So you just keep on taking care of business, because that one there could do something down the road. I'm just telling you, so don't give up on him. I tell you what, it's a good calf. Here's another steer that I like awfully well. Like I said, he just gets a little out of whack up in his tail head, the way it kind of ties into his hip. He kind of just gets loose. He's loose made, but he kind of wants to come apart. And a lot of it, his disposition ain't really helping him here either. But he just, like I said, I'd like to gather him up a little better and just make him bounce a little better. And I think we got a loose made steer here again coming in here. He's up-headed. He's got some rib shape and body. I do think he's functional enough on his feet and legs. He's just one that he's just a little coarser made from front to back. He's not as smooth as the one that goes out ahead of him today, but a nice steer. The one that I tell you what will be a heavy steer, and he'll make a big carcass down the line as well. Congratulations.
First place, Cooper Miller. Second, Avery Antelope. Third, Mila Tipton. Fourth, Danny Santee. And fifth, Heath Ralston. Coming in for Class 28 is Oren Sell and Briley Rogers.
I'm gonna leave these things just like they are, and I think the steer, the black white face steer, he just comes with so much more balance. I think he's better on the move. He's one that has, I think both steers have the same amount of length to them. I think when we look at their hip structure and the way it ties down into that lower leg, I just feel like that steer does it a lot better. He's one that, like I said, he's one that both steers, I mean, are a little more, I'd call them crestier in their neck development. You'd like to see it a little more trimmer, but we're good in our chest. Like I said, I think that steer, to me, where he ties things together, he just does a better job from front to back in his underline, and and up over his top and out through his hip. This steer here in second, like I said, he's a cool, neat made steer, in his own right. I'm just saying at times he's soft-legged, but he can kind of get up in his ankles from time to time, and I don't feel like he's as deep. His tail head probably doesn't lay in there quite as level as the steer that goes out, but he's got enough thickness to him. He's got enough power. I like his bone. Like I said, he's another one that I think goes on and makes a nice big fat steer as well. So a good job out here by both these exhibitors. Congratulations. Like both very competitive, both well presented, both well shown. So good job out here in your Simmental drive. Congratulations.
First place for Class 28 is Oren Sell. Second for Briley Rogers. Coming back for champion Simmental steer is Cashlin Krebs, Hadley Johnson, Cooper Miller, and Oren Sell.
In your Simmental drive, and like I said, this has been a really good drive. I'll tell you what, a lot of good cattle through here. We started off like super strong. This is a neat steer. I mean, he's youthful. He's well presented. His markings are neat. I mean, that steer, when I look at him, I just look at options. You know what I mean? Because I think, I know all the shows that's out there, not knowing where he's headed, but, that guy there's a lot of future to that steer. And he's so sound and so good, and he just made so complete. And he's nice hipped, and he's good up over his back, and his tail head lays in there nice and level. And he's just he's fun to look at. I'm just telling you what, I like that steer a lot. And we come out of class 2, and this steer here, he kind of won that class just because he had the most underline, and he was loose enough made. And I'd like to free him up in his travel, but he's very complete, and he's very genuine from front to back. And like I said, you get behind him, he's got a nice hip shape to him, really square out through those pins. We come into class 3, and I'm telling you, we raised the bar up considerably. I mean, here's a special one. I'm not one to beat around the bush, because I'm just saying it is what it is. I mean, that steer is hard to make, hard to find. I mean, the young man does a good job. He's well presented. He's cool made. He's big hipped, and like I said, he's really crisp over his lines and over his top, and he's just smooth in that features, but yet has that show steer look. And we come out of class 4, and like I said, that steer, he put a lot of things together that I like, and like I said, I think he's one that makes a bigger frame steer. But the way he's put together compared to the second one out of that class, he was just so nice up out of his hip, and the way his tail head laid in there. Both of them were good boned and good made as far as that goes. Like I said, I'd like to lean him up in his neckline and give him a little bit more back 1/3. But to me, there's one that seals the deal and checks the boxes. Class 3 is going to be your champ out here. Congratulations. For reserve, like I said, we had a really powerhouse steer that come in here behind in that particular class, but class 1 is going to be your reserve out here. Congratulations.
Your champion Simmental steer is Cooper Miller from Class 27, and your reserve champion Simmental steer is Cashlin Krebs from Class 25. Congratulations. Entering the ring, Class 29, Foundation Simmental steer, Grace Thorson.
Another good single entry. This is your Simmental Foundation or your percentage Simmental cattle for those here on the outside looking in. But I'm telling you what, here's a neat calf. And this calf here is like very youthful in his look and the way he's made. He's one that, in terms of sharpness out of his front, I mean, he's up-headed. I like that about him, and still level backed. And that's hard. Those are two hard things to get put together. But I feel like we got enough center body. Like I said, he's one that, like I said, I think you just keep feeding that one. I think every bite of feed, that one gets better day by day. So to me, because he's got all the makings of being a really good steer down the line. So to me, congratulations on our single entry. Take care of business. You got a nice steer there. Congratulations.
Class 30, Ellie Young, Hadley Eichstad, and Brendan Bryce.
I think really a nice, really in this class here for me, and like I look at this steer here, I like his youthfulness. I like the way he's smooth built, and I think that's really, the second steer is more rugged. I mean, he just he's got big legs and all that, and to me, and this one's big enough. And I think when it gets down, and I look at these two, I feel like honestly, I'm just going to tell it like it is. I feel like he's just more proportional when it went from front to back, and he's not excessive in any one shape or form as far as in his traits. And I just think he tied. Now look at his ankles off his back hinds, and there's a lot of hair down there. And I'm looking at that. Is it steep? I mean, it appears a little bit steep, but I don't see him like snapping or popping or doing any action down there. And that hair needs to be kind of cut off. I mean, I'm not sitting here picking on grooming, but I'm just saying down the line, it'd help him. I think it'd help both of them if we got that ankle hair off the front, because it's all about flexibility. I'm just telling you what, this soundness thing is legit. They don't have to take a perfect step every step. I mean, I'm just saying, but they got to do it most of the time. And I'm just saying but we look at how they transition down to the ground. We want that softness. We want that to kind of go in there with some angle. And so to me, and a lot of it's just hair. I'm just telling you. But that calf, like I said, he wins today just because he's balanced and he's proportional, and I feel like he fits together probably smoother. I like this steer. He's got big legs, big hair and stout. He just, like I said, a little more rugged built, and like I said, he looks a little rigid and a little bit more, upright in them ankles too. And it's just like, but I went with the calf that I felt like is a little bit more smoother day. But both very, very good steers. The steer in third is no slouch. I'm just telling you what, he's good made. I'm just telling you what, he's more refined, but he's a sound. If you're going to pick the soundest one, he's got that softness down to the ground. I mean, he's got that angle that I like. But to me, he just doesn't come with this explosiveness as the two that go out. So he's just giving it up a little bit from the ground up as far as that goes. But that's going to be a good steer as well someday. Congratulations out here. Nice job out here in your Simmental Foundation show.
For Class 30, first place, Ellie Young. Second place, Hadley Eichstead. And third, Brendan Bryce. Coming in for Class 31 is Kyler Nielsen and Hadley Cooper.
Pretty easy read for me here. Like, both steers are competitive. They're built different, but I'm chose to go with one I feel just better in its underline. I feel like we're a little bit more bolder and wider in our rib cage. And I kind of look at this calf, and I just feel like when I look at him, I just feel like we're proportional from front to back, and we're not an extreme in any way, shape, or form. I feel like we're sound enough. The young lady does a good job showing him. Like I said, he's one that's very complete, easy feeding. Like I said, his smoothness to me is what gets him to the top spot here today. I like the steer in second. I mean, some of you on the sideline want to use him. I can't argue that. I'm just saying that's a good calf. I don't feel like he carries that underline back neat as quite as true. He's really neat up out of his front end, beautifully presented. Like, he's one that's just really nice up out of his tailhead, very complete in his look. But like I said, both very competitive steers. Like I said, I'm just saying as it gets Wolfie in here, and to me, these guys have brought the heat. Congratulations.
First place for Class 31 is Hadley Cooper. Second place is Kyler Nielsen. Coming back in for Champion Foundation Simmental from Class 29 is Grace Thorson. Class 30 is Ellie Young, and Class 31 is Hadley Cooper.
As we select your champion Simmental Foundation breed champions here in reserve, we started out class 1, single entry. Well, there's a calf that has a bunch of bells and whistles and a bunch of pieces that I like. I think he's functional, he's sound, he's youthful, very, very up-headed. Like I said, one that can, you get up on him, he's got some internal shape. He's thinner at this point, but like I said, he's young, and like I said, it's nothing that feed can't fix. So anyway, class 2, like I said, I went with one that I thought just a little more smoother built compared to the one that went behind him. I felt like he was more proportional in his lines and in his designs, and I think he's not excessive. I would like to continue to give him more rib shape and belly through the center portion of that quarter. We come out of class 3, and there was 2 in there that were extremely competitive and good. I chose to go with the one that I just smoother made from front to back, and this calf's got an extremely neat looking underline to him. I think he's sound and functional as far as on his feet and legs, and he's one that's got a nice design up through his top, but especially like out through his tail head. There's a lot of extension, from the point of his shoulder and neckline all the way back to the tip of his tail head. He's very true in his lines and very crisp in that look. And to me, there's no way of denying him today. He's going to be your champ out here today. Congratulations.
Your Champion Foundation Simmental steer goes to Hadley Cooper, and your Reserve Champion Foundation Simmental steer goes to Kyler Nielsen. Congratulations. Now entering for Class 32 is Xander Oliver, Aspen Berry, Keegan Ross, and Caleb Lindholm. This will also be your Champion in Reserve Shorthorn steer class.
As we select your champion Shorthorn, like I said, we got 4 out here and like very competitive. A lot of different options here. You know, the white steer, he's one that you know, obviously the thinner one of the class, and you know, whether he's the youngest one or not, you know, we just like to power him up. But I do think he's loose enough in his skeletal design, and like I said, I do think he's got some natural top shape to him, and I do think he's got some center body to him. The steer, like I said, behind him, I like him because he's really chunky and stout, and like I said, he's just one that's big in his body, and you know, he's got one that's got a tremendous bone to him. You know, he gets a little more jammed up there in the front and carries a little more chest. I'm not sure how big he gets, but he's going to be wide. I know that part. So I mean, but he's a cool steer and he's cool mark. The red steer that come in, you know, that's coming in there behind him, he's a neat steer. He's really nice up over his top, and he's got a tremendous look to him, and he's beautiful colored and well presented and well shown, and you know, he's one that's very proportional and comes with so much balance, and he's just one that has that extra eye appeal to him as well. The one behind him is beautifully marked. I mean, he's one that I think is also functional off his feet and legs. I think he's good in his center body. He's soft enough made. He's got some extension to him. You know, I'd maybe want to power him up just a shot down low, but for me today, it's pretty easy. The red steer is going to be your champion. The roan steer behind him is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Your grand champion Shorthorn steer goes to Keegan Ross, and your reserve goes to Caleb Lindholm. Along with that class, third place is Aspen Berry, and fourth is Xander Oliver. Walking into the ring is class 33 Shorthorn Plus steer, Natalie Herbst and DM Shupi.
I'm going to choose to go with the black and white steer. And yeah, he is, like I said, youthful. I love his neckline. I mean, he just like extremely long and trim necked. I mean, he's a cool creature is what he is. He's neat marked and he's neat made. But and I think, you know, really what seals the deal on him, when I watched him track away here, you know, he comes down a little more truer and square off his back hinds, where the red and white one, I'm just going to say, you know, he gets a little twisted off those back hind. He's big and burly bellied and backed. I mean, you know, he's a stout feature. He's farther along in maturity than that steer here. So to me, I'm just, like I said, I'm kind of calling it on basically on their structure and the way they're designed. But both are very competitive. Both of them are very good. Both of them have a great future. I love the markings in both these. I mean, like they're just beautiful cattle. I'll say what you want. And like I said, hard to keep. I mean, you got to keep the white. I get it. But anyway, beautiful job by both girls out here. Congratulations to them as well.
First place for class 33 is DM Shupi. Second place is Natalie Herbst. Coming in for class 34 is Mila Tipton and Hayes Eichstead.
Really a neat steer to start this class. You know what? He kind of had me at the gate. I mean, he's one that's neat marked, neat colored. He's one that's beautifully presented. You know, he's got a lot of hip shape to him, but he's so smooth in the way he's put together and his design. But yet he carries enough length that I see some grow in him. And like I said, he's extended out of his front end and just a neat made steer. The steer behind him, like I said, is really a wide built kind of steer from front to back. He's just a little bit more rugged out through his chest and in through his shoulder, the way he ties into that neck. But he's deep bodied, and like I said, he's sound functional on his feet and legs. He has some top shape. He's just a good kind of steer too. And like I said, definitely he's going to make a good market steer down the road. So take care of him. Congratulations to these two.
First place in class 34. Second is Hayes Eichstead. Entering the ring for class 35 is Tayton Clement, McKenna Hagan, Jada Jensen, Dallas Mather, and Diem Shupi.
I'm going to tell you what, this is an awesome class right here, and here's 5 really good steers. And you know what? If you're on the sidelines and you want to completely change this up from 1 to 5, I can't argue because I think the cattle are that good, and I think they're that close. And you know what? And I, you know, it's kind of one of them deals where, hey, you put me 5th in that one class, and I end up winning my county fair. I believe it. I mean, or I won some junior national, or wherever you're going. I'm just saying, I believe it because that is, and you know, you don't see this set up every day and every show, but this is a class where all 5 are solid all the way down. And unfortunately, I had to kind of pick through it, but this is the way I seen it. I kind of felt like this white steer, you know, he's the one that probably comes together. I mean, he's not, you know, a runaway perfect one, you know, to me, but from the side, you know, he carries rib shape and body and bone, and I think he's balanced well. I think he's one that comes proportional in his look, and I think, you know, he's one that comes with maturity. And like I said, he's just one that when you park, you know, I really like the look that he gives you, especially in that rib shape and underline, being soft made, and to me the way he's put together up over his top. I would like to see him track off a little better in my mind, but you know, like I said, that's just where I'm at today. The yellow steer, I think, is a sleeper calf. I really do. I think he's one that is neat out of his front end. He's good up over his top. He's more leaner in his overall makeup. You know, I think he's sound enough and functional enough on his feet and legs. He's a little, you know, he doesn't carry the rib shape, and the underline is some in here, but I really like the way that steer's hip comes out there square. And I read this steer, like I said, take care of that steer, because I'm just telling you, he ain't fat enough just right here today, and I'm getting the crystal ball out on him, but I like him, and I'm just saying is, so go home and feed him, and like I said, and I think you're going to make a better one out of him. I really do. I love his color, you know what I mean? I'm just saying is, but that's a good calf. The calf that comes in next, I like him a lot. I do. I think he is one that's youthful and balanced. A lot of times he gets a little odd off his back hinds. You know, I'd like to see him come down just a little bit more comfortable, if you would. But like I said, he's one that is very attractive in his rib shape and his body. Love his marking, beautifully presented. The young lady's done a good job showing him. I just like to free him up when we get out here and go. You know, the next steer is kind of the oddball of the class. I mean, he's one that's you know, really big middled, and like I said, he's soft haired, and you know, he gets a little bit more, like I said, shorter up in his neckline, but he's one that comes with some balance. I think he's good on his feet and legs. Like I said, he just gets a little bit more plainer in the front, but I think he's good enough and stout enough. He just wants to hawk in when he travels away, and he just doesn't come down quite as square, but he's a good calf. I'm just saying, say what you want. And I think we conclude here. Here's a neat calf that a little bit more up in his flank. He just doesn't carry that underline back quite as true as the one ahead of him, but I think he's got some muscle shape. I think he's got some top shape. You know, he's probably not as wide built when you get right up on him, behind him as some, but he's a good calf. Like I said, there's 5 calves there, folks, that are super genuine, and they all have their own specialty. And like I said, they all have their own, to me, advantage to them. Like I said, I hope them kids do great with them. I look for every one of them calves to be a good market steer. Let's give them a big round of applause. Nice job.
Class 35's results are first place, DM Shupi, second, Tatum Clement, third, McKenna Hagan, fourth, Jada Jensen, and fifth, Dallas Mather. Walking into the ring, class 36, Taya Ann Clement, Mason Lockhorst, Trig Erickson, and Roslyn Wills.
I think really a nice start. Like I said, this red steer, I think he's a dominator here in this class. I love his color. I mean, you know what? He's beautifully presented, beautifully shown, but he's one that's got a lot of shape up over his top. He really comes out nice and square. You know, he can track down just a shot hard when he plants them, but you know, I'd like to maybe loosen him a little. But boy, there's a lot of product in that guy right there. And like I said, he's a good calf and he's a show steer and got a good look. Steer on second, I think he's very, you know, big ribbed and explosive in his overall composition and makeup. He just gets a little bit steep in his angles coming down to the ground. I'd like to level his tail head out, you know, and just make it a little bit more leveler and square like the red steer that goes out ahead of him. But he's a sharp-looking man. I'll tell you what, he's a cool-looking creature. And like I said, I'd just like to free him up in his travel and probably level him out through that tail head. You know, we come in here with the next steer, the young ladies, and to me, he's one that's, like I said, he's well built. Like I said, he's one that is loose enough made, and like I said, he gets a little bit up and line off his front end, but you know, he's one that's not as explosive. I mean, he's got a good look. He's good pattern. He's soft made. He's one that's got a sharp look out of his front. He's just not as wide built as that one that goes out ahead of him. I mean, he's just not as much a man there, if you will. So anyway, we come into the next steer, and like I said, here's a neat steer, and young boy's done a good job with him out here. He kind of head-butted him, but he was just feeling good. But he wants to open up off his front end, and like I said, he's cowboyed up. I'm proud of him of that. Like I said, he just gets a little bit more rigid off both ends, you know, to move past, you know, the ones up above here. But 4 really, really nice steers out here today. Congratulations.
Class 36 results are first place, Taya Ann Clement. Second is Mason Lockhorst. Third is Rosalind Wills. And fourth is Trigg Erickson. Entering the ring for champion Shorthorn Plus steer, Class 33, DM Shupi. Class 34, Mila Tipton. Class 35, DM Shupi. And Class 36, Taya Ann Clement.
As we get into your final drive here, and like I said, really a good drive here, and like I said, they've done a good job with them out here. And like I said, you know, on this class 1, you know, I show that's a cool looking calf. I mean, he's young, he's got a pattern to him. You know, you love his markings. I mean, that steer, no chested, but he's got, you know, he's just a neat calf. I'm just telling you what, I'd never get tired of looking at a calf like that. I'm just telling you what, the way he's built and the way he's made and his color and you know what, the way he's proportional from front to back. Like I said, that's a cool calf. I really like this red steer here. He's a powerhouse. He's big up high. I mean, he's young looking. He's very youthful. I love his markings. I love his red color. I mean, he's one that's very striking from the side. But when you get upon him, he is so square hipped out of that hip. And to me, his tail head lays in there nice and square. And like I said, you can get him in a lot of different positions and you don't ever catch him wrong. You steer to come out of class 3, and that was that class. Like I said, we had a lot of different animals in there with that were all good. And I'm just telling you what, but he probably checked the most boxes. I mean, he's one that, you know, he's soft-middled, soft-bodied. The young lady does a good job with him. You know, I'd like to see him track a little freer, but, you know, he's one that's like I said, you love his rib shape, you love his softness, and he'd be an easy one to feed. You know what? He's one that I guarantee you he's a converter and he can take care of business. And like I said, every bite of feed he does, I guarantee you he puts it to use. So the red steer out of the last class, like I said, he's neat as well. I mean, he's long spined and he's one that's, to me, has got an angle on that leg. He can drive him in just a shot hard, but he's stout and he's, to me, there's a lot of shape to him when you get up on him. Really nice in his lines and the way he's designed. You know, he's good on his underline as well. I feel like he carries that back into that back 1/3 awfully good. For me, my favorite, class 2 is going to be your champ out here. Congratulations to this young lady here. For reserve coming in here, like I said, we got a real meat wagon coming in here. I mean, he's solid, he's genuine, he's wide. And I commented, I don't know how tall he gets, but that dude's going to be about as wide as he is tall. And you know what? I like that. That's what we do. But anyway, your reserve is going to be the red steer, class 4. Congratulations.
Your champion Shorthorn Plus steer is Mila Tipton. Reserve champion Shorthorn Plus steer is Taya Ann Clement. Congratulations. Now entering the ring for Class 37 is Kyla Mather, Graham Stinson, Carly Freese, and Chesney Cundy.
I'm gonna leave these as they sit, and I think this steer here, like I said, we'll pull him on around here, but he's the one that I mean, I think he just completes the class pretty easily for me. I mean, he's one that I think he gets around the ring, pretty good. He can kind of pound him in a little bit hard, but you do such a good job of showing him, and he's nice up over his top. Now he looks a little quick in his neck for me. I'd like to slender that up, but I feel like we got the most underline, we got the most advantage as far as just power, and I think we're proportional, and I think he ties a lot of things together and puts it in a package. And like I said all day, I'm a package kind of guy. The steer in second, he's one that's a little bit more racier in his underline. He's probably not as good in the center portion, but I think that comes, and I think when we can get that done, then we're going to move him up the line. But he's stouter made within, and that's where he gets it over to me, the third steer. I like the bone. I like the young lady does a beautiful job. I like that steer, the way he's marked. But when you look at him from behind, he just gets more flat and a little bit more in line in his muscle shape. But from the side view, I mean, he's spot on. He looks great. I mean, like I said, he's just not as explosive. And we conclude here as a steer that I just feel like, he's solid. He's genuine. He just gets a little plainer featured out of that front end. But I do think he's got plenty of cushion. Like I said, he's one that, like I said, he probably makes a better market steer than a prospect, if that makes any sense. Like I said, that's just kind of, I think he falls in that category. But he's good middle. Like I said, good on his feet and legs. Nice set of cattle, good from top to bottom in this particular class.
Placings for Class 37. First, Kyla Mather. Second, Graham Stinson. Third, Carly Freese. And fourth, Chesney Cundy. Entering the ring for Class 38 is DM Shupi and Dylan Cargo.
Nice pair of steers, and I mean completely different types in one sense, but the one I choose here, he's just looser made. I love that steer down at the ground. I mean, he's got plenty of flexibility, he's got plenty of cushion, and he's super loose. I mean, to the point that he can kind of come apart just a fraction, but his center body is great. He's stout. I think he's just got more genuine red meat in him, when you compare him to the steer behind him. But like I said, he's one that, like I said, he's got so much rib shape and body, and like I said, so good at the ground, and yet beautifully presented, beautifully shown, and to me, got a show steer look to him from the side. To me, that's just a good deal. I really like the steer in second. He's no slouch. He gets a little bit steep in his angle coming to the ground. That bothers me a little bit. I like that sharpness of front. He's cooler made out of his front end than the steer that goes out ahead of him. When you look at his tail head and the way it lays into his top, I'd like to lay it in there just a little bit more flatter and truer. It just makes him look more square out of his hip, but like I said, he gets a little bit more up in line in that regard. But two very, very good steers, definitely contenders. Like I said, to give our young people a round of applause. Congratulations.
Results from Class 38. In first place, Dylan Cargo. Second went to Deem Shupi. We are now bringing into the ring from Class 37, Kyla Mather and Graham Stimson. From Class 38, Dylan Cargo and Deem Shupi for your champion AOB steer.
As we select your AOB steer, and like I said, it's been a good drive. It's not been huge in numbers, but like I said, here's a neat made steer. We come out of Class 1, and he's one that's really big over his back and out through his hip. I mean, he's got bone. He's very proportional, comes with a ton of balance. I kind of talked about, he's a little more mature out through his neck and head, than I'd prefer at this younger age. I don't know how big he gets, but I'm not getting the crystal ball out. It is what I see today, and all these steers have different days, and I think that's okay. But I mean, he gets around the ring good. Like I said, he's one that young lady does a great job with him out here, and like I said, a fun steer to look at. Class 2, very competitive, and there's a deep-sided steer out here. Like I said, he's one that carries a lot of middle to him, and he's loose-made, and he's good at the ground, and like I said, the young man does a good job with him. He's pretty hard to deny. He'll be your champion AOB out here today. Congratulations.
Your champion AOB steer goes to Dylan Cargo.
For reserve, it gets a lot closer, and like I said, this steer's neckline, just shoots up out of him. The young lady does a good job. Like I said, he gets just a nickel steep, and like I said, there's a lot of hair down there. It's hard to kind of read it, but I really like his look, and like I said, he's one that he just has an advantage today from like I said, a sleek and to me, and his maturity and all that. She's going to be your reserve out here today. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion AOB steer goes to Deem Shupi. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is Class 39, the first class of Crossbred steers. You have Tucker Michael, Miriam Friesen, Harrison Cook, and Kyler Nielsen.
I think this class lines out pretty good starting your crossbred show. And, here's a steer. I don't know how big he's going to get, but, man, he's cool. That young man's brought some neat stuff in here so far. And like I said, he's a good calf. And, I mean, he's so level out through his tail head. I think he's good at the ground. Like I said, now I read him. I don't know how big he's going to get. Like I said, he's not extended in any way, shape, or form, but he's really good in the way he's put together. And like I said, he's so level out through his hip. I like this yellow steer. I mean, this is a good calf, and I feel like that's going to be more following the frame that I like down the road. But he gets up in his tail head, and he just said he's just not as level out through that hip as this calf that goes out. I think both of them are good at the ground. I think both of them are functional in that respect. The steer that comes in here third, like I said, he's a good steer. He's one that's a little more tubular in his underline. He doesn't carry the rib shape and body that those two that go out ahead of him. Like I said, he's one that's awful attractive from the side, got a great pattern to him. To me, he just needs a little bit more rib shape at this time. And I think that's what we get into. The steer that comes in here next, neat markings, neat out of his neck, just gets a little steeper in his front end. You'd like to just give him a little bit more rib shape and body. Just kind of trim today. Compared to the three in here, he leans more on the trim side, more on the lean side, and like I said, we just like to power him up and man him up a little bit, to get past some of the ones out here today. Nice set of cattle out here. Congratulations.
Results from Class 39 crossbred steers. First place went to Kyler Nielsen. Second, Tucker McKell. Third, Harrison Cook. And fourth, Miriam Friesian. Entering the ring now is Class 40. Baylor Pazor, Oren Sell, and Eli DeWall.
I'll leave these as they stand. Like I said, the gray steer here, I mean, he's a cool creature. I'll just tell you that. Young lady does a job, and he just does a lot as far as putting things together in this class. And he's big-legged and, like I said, big-hipped. I love his length. I mean, he's just one that's proportional from front to back. His center body is really neat. He carries some underline. To me, he's one that not as sleek out of that front end, but sleek enough. The big thing is he's good in his chest. Calf gets out here and motors around the ring fairly comfortable. And like I said, he's just a neat steer to look at. 2 and 3 is where the race was at, and I just felt like the second steer here is just more blended. I mean, he's just not as big featured as that one that goes out. But when you look at him and the way he blends together, our third place gets a little more opened up and loosened up behind his shoulder. I feel like this steer ties in better up high, and when we get him out here on the walk, I feel like he's a little bit more in line in his skeletal trueness when he comes down the ground. I feel like this this steer, big-legged steer, out of class. I mean, out in the third position here. Like I said, he gets a little soft in there behind his shoulders, but he kind of wants to get out of track, get out of bounds. Like I said, in his walk, I'd like to free him up. Like I said, but three really, really cool calves. Like I said, they got a lot of youthfulness to them, and like I said, but they got a lot of good to them as well. Let's give our young people a round of applause. Nice job out here.
Results from Class 40 of Crossbred steers. In first place, Baylor Pazor. Second, Orancel. Third, Eli DeWall. Entering the ring now is Class 41, Rowdy Rathbone, Halsey Middlemist, Ethan Bomberger, Jenna Ike, Graham Stinson, and Tate Smith.
incredible trio of steers here. Like I said, to me, this steer here is a cool freak, cool creature. I'm just saying, man, he is so presented and dialed in, and he's one that's so big up high. I mean, he's one that is neat out of his neck and good to the ground, and he's one that carries enough underline for me today. And like I said, but he's just so proportional from front to back, carries some length, like I said. But that squareness coming right straight out at you to me, and that levelness that he has, he's just one that just grabs you from the get-go. I'm going with the black Bronco face. I think this steer is, when we look at animal for animal, I like this steer. I mean, he's soft at the ground, he's big hipped, but he's level in his top, and he keeps himself gathered up, and that's to me where he beats the red steer. I mean, this one here is sharp out of his look. I mean, he's not as like highly presented as some, but I guarantee you that's as good as one can get right there too. So I mean, he's good hipped, soft haired, soft made. I mean, that there right there is going to be a good animal as well down the line. Like I said, that one there is tough as well. We come into the third steer, and like I said, he's stout made. He's wide load. I'm just telling you what, he gets a little more opened up in his top. He just a little, he kind of like, I mean, he carries a little more shoulder. I get that, and you know what? But I don't mind that about it. He'll get loose and he's top. I mean, fit to the nines. I'm just telling you what. Like I said, he's big enough ended, and I get it. It takes a big engine to pull a big caboose. He just doesn't hold himself gathered up quite as true to me as like the two that go out ahead of him. The steer that comes in third, I like this steer. He's more tubular in his underline. He kind of wants to roll off his hip. Doesn't carry the squareness like as those ones that go out ahead of him. I think we get into the yellow steer, and we get into, those two are a little more rugged. Him and the black and white one, I think he's a little more functional off his front end. The black and white one gets a little more opened up, gets a little bit more steeper off his front end. There's some concern there for me from a soundness standpoint. But like I said, they're loose enough made. I think they got some rib shape to them. They've done a good job feeding them. Like I said, a nice competitive class, and I think three really excellent steers up there on top. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause. Great job.
Results from Class 41. In first place, Jenna Ike. Second, Halsey Middlemist. Third, Ethan Baumberger. Fourth, Rowdy Rathbun. Fifth, Tate Smith. And sixth to Graham Stinson. Entering the ring now is Class 42 of Crossbred steers: Kyle Shaw, Eli DeWall, Colin Rasmussen, Tavy Miller, Leighton Murnack, Kenna Covey, and Dylan Cargo.
very competitive here at the top, and like I said, gets close between these two. And there's some challenges here and differences in here. And like I said, this steer here, I just feel like he's more extended. I like him up out of his front end. I feel like when we come down to the ground, we got a lot more cushion. I just love the way that steer transitions down to the sawdust just a lot better. This one here can get just a little bit steep at times, like you kind of get to swinging him, but he's a big hip kind of steer. I mean, both of them. I love the middle in that steer. Like I said, I love the length here. I like that look. And like I said, I love the way he gets around the ring. Both steers are extremely awesome. I'm just telling you what, they're incredible cattle. And I'm just telling you what, like I said, this is nitpicking on some really excellent kind of individuals. And like I said, this steer here, he's not as long. And like I said, he's not as relaxed out here today. But when I read him, like I said, I like to get that tail head down into him a little more leveler. The one that goes out's a little bit more truer out through that tail head and hip. The gray steer here is rugged, and I mean he's a truckload. I'm telling you what, he's a big-legged, soggy middled kind of an individual. Like I said, he just looser made and coarser built compared to those two powerhouses that go out on the top end there. The next steer here, and like I said, this is a great class all the way down. I like this steer. I think he's functional enough on his feet and legs. He's one that's just a little bit more trimmer. I'd like to loosen him up, like I said, in his travel, but I just feel like he hawks in, but he ain't really doing anything severe in his ankles, and guess that's where I put him over the black and white one. This one here is big featured. I'm just telling you, he's got big parts, big pieces, but he rolls up on his ankles, like I said, and that bothers me. Like I said, he just isn't good into the ground. Parked, stopped, that's one as good as it gets. I mean, he gives you a picture that you really like. Like I said, if we could just change his angle, change his structural integrity, that's all I got with him. So anyway, here's a steer that's a little more racier built, really high end as far as fitting. He's just one that's just, like I said, we want to grow him back down to the ground. He's just more elevation, more daylight underneath him, but he's good up over his top, and I'm just saying he's one that has got some extension, and he's one that, obviously he's going to be a bigger steer, but he's definitely good enough. Like I said, we conclude, here's a steer that, like I said, is well built. And like I said, this has been a good class all the way down the line here. Like I said, he just gets a little bit more rugged and looser built, kind of gets up in his tailhead, but he's got a lot of parts and pieces that I like. So that's a solid set of cattle, folks, all the way from top to bottom. Let's give them young people a round of applause, because that's a competitive, deep class as we've seen out here today.
Results from Class 42 of Crossbred steers. First place, Colin Rasmussen. Second, Kennekovee. Third, Leighton Murnack. Fourth, Kyle Shaw. Fifth, Dylan Cargo. Sixth, Tavy Miller. And seventh, Eli DeWall. Entering the ring now is Class 43 of Crossbred steers: Hayes Eichstead, Marilee Michael, Riley West, Parker Day, Evelina Jacobson, and Riley Stricker. After this class, we will bring in the first and second places of each class of Crossbred steers for your champion.
Excellent set of cattle. Like I said, I really a dominating kind of steer here on top, and like I said, he's one that's got the flash, and he's got the look, and he's got all the things about him. You know, he's got some length. He's an upstanding steer. You love the way he comes up out of his neck. You know, he's one that's got enough daylight under him, but he's got some hip shape to him, and like I said, he's got some body to him. But he's so good at the ground. Like I said, he's a show steer deluxe, and to me, he just heads off this class pretty easily for me. I went with the gray steer, and I just kind of, when it gets down to it, he's cleaner chested, he's cleaner necked. You know what? He's nice up over his top. He's good in his middle, and I think he's really good at the ground. But I think both him and the red steer are both good as far as when they come out here and they plant them down into the ground and they get around. And I think they're comfortable off their front end on both steers. Like I said, the red steer is just deeper in his chest and just probably a little deeper in his neck, and that's the only difference between those two, because I think both of them are very comparable in their design and the way they're put together, especially in their rib shape and their top shape. We get into the black and white steer. Like I said, I like that steer. He's one that's got a lot of neat look and pieces to him. He gets a little bit more straighter off his front end for me today. He's not as comfortable and flexible in that respect when he comes down the ground off that front end, but he's square up over his top, and like I said, he's got a nice look to him and a nice pattern to him. I like the red steer. To me, he's got so many things going for him. But he's just limited in his travel to the point that he just labors when he walks. And like I said, I love that steer when he's parked because he's burly and he's stout and he's got big hair and he's got big pieces. I mean, he's got features like no other, but he's just so limited in his travel. I just can't use him up any higher, and that's just unfortunate. The next steer is the same deal. He just wants to peg up off his back hinds, gets knuckled over. Like I said, I felt like the red steer had more rib shape and body and was probably a little better out of his tail head, but like I said, they both get kind of, to me, a little bit more labored off their back end. They're just not as structurally correct as some of the cattle up the line here today to move them any higher. Let's give our young people a round of applause. A really nice steer on top there today.
Placings in Class 43. First place, Riley Stricker. Second, Riley West. Third, Hayes Eichstad. Fourth, Parker Day. Fifth, Evelina Jacobson. And sixth, Marilee Michael. Entering the ring for AOB steer champions are Kyla Mather. Just kidding. Crossbred steers. Skylar Nielsen, Baylor Pazor, Jenna Ike, Colin Rasmussen, and Riley Stricker.
As we get into your crossbred champion, like I said, what a lineup. I mean, I'm just telling you, like, very impressive and just incredibly unbelievable on how good these cattle can get, and just how well they're presented, and just how well they're shown. And it's just and I mean, it gets tough out here, but it's fun out here. I mean, I'm just telling you what, I'd rather have a whole ring full of good ones on than ones I can't really figure out what I want to do. So to me, but in this ring's full of good ones. So we started off this class, and that young man, like I said, that's a cool little built steer. He's complete. I don't know how big he gets, but I ain't worried about that. I'm just saying that's a neat made steer from front to back, and he's so soft made, and he's so nice up over his top, and he's functional at the ground. And they've done a beautiful job of getting him presented out here. And he's just a neat, attractive young steer that's got a lot of different options and shows that he could make it to. And like I said, he's a neat one to start this crossbred drive out. The smoke steer here and out of class 2, and he really rose to the top quickly in that class. Just so he's big legged, and he's burly looking, and he's got a big back and shape to him. He gets a little more rugged out of his front end, but that's okay. Like I said, takes a big engine to pull a big caboose. And I mean, you know what? The young lady does a good job on him. He's good to me, he's just good in his length. I mean, he's just proportional from front to back and got that show steer look, and one that I really appreciate. We come out into 3, and I really feel like we raised the bar there. I mean, that steer is immaculately fit to the 9s, and he's one that's so good up over his top, but when you get up on him, he's so square-ended, and he's a little deceiving, to be honest with you. I mean, you don't know how stout he is, but when you get behind him, man, you're really impressed. Like I said, and I love that levelness that he has all the way down through his back, and I like the way he ties into his front shoulders, to me, especially up high. We get into the next steer, and like I said, this steer is looser made. I like that about him. To me, loose a lot of times means sound, and I'm just saying is, like I said, he's looser, but I'm telling you what, he's square up out of his hip. He's got big hair. You know what? He's not as straight over the top as some, but to me, he's extended out of his front end. He tracks around the ring good. He comes with a little, I mean, to me, enough power out of his hip, and like I said, he's a cool calf as well, and definitely in the contender status just for everything that he puts together. We come out of the last class, like I said, here's a bigger ended steer and like a stout steer that, to me, he's got some length. He's got, he's got some mobility to him. Like I said, he's got that show steer look, that pizzazz, that wow factor to him that you never get tired of looking at him. I'm just saying they've done a beautiful job of putting him together. The young man does a great job showing him. But anyway, to me, this is an incredible set of lineup of crossbred steers. We've had just in all the other breeds, we've had some tremendous breeds come in here with some tremendous cattle. And I mean, you know what? We started strong. Angus steer was good, and the crossbred steer, we're finishing up with that. And now we're going to get into the market heifers, so we ain't done yet. But I'm talking about your market animal show today has been incredible to judge. And like I said, let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause. And I'll go get your 2 crossbreds that I like the best out here today.
Your champion crossbred steer is Jenna Ike. Your reserve is Colin Rasmussen. Congratulations. We will now begin our market heifer. Class 44, starting market heifers, is Bella Schultz, Casey Ross, and Levi Peldo.
Starting off your market heifer show. I wish we had this in Oklahoma. I really do. I mean, we don't. It offers a great option, and like I said, I judged the heifer show yesterday, and I seen heifers that I wish were probably going to be in this show today, just because they're a little more terminal and a little bit more markety looking, if you will. But I'm going to start with a heifer that I like everything about her except the way she walks. I'm just telling you, she's neat up out of her neck. She's got good rib shape. She ties in good. We got center body. She's smooth in her features. She's beautifully presented. Unfortunately, if I could change her, she just gets too steep off her ankles to me, and I'd like to improve that in her because that really makes her way, way better. The next heifer is like big middle. She's a little more looser made, coarser in her build, but I like that center body. Got as much as anything in here. She just gets a little bit more harder in her makeup, like needs to soften up a little bit, but I do think she's sound. I do think she's a functional kind of heifer. The heifer that we conclude with opens up a little bit off the front end, but very sleek and very trim, beautiful haired. I love her color. Like I said, just a little bit more tubular in her underline. Just doesn't carry enough center body to move her up the line here today. But congratulations, like I said, starting off your market heifer show here today.
Results for Class 44. First is Levi Peldo. Second, Casey Ross. And third, Bella Schultz. Now entering the ring for Class 45 market heifer is Tyne Tipton, Kane Grace, Hayden Harder, Bella Schultz, Mila Tipton, Tuff Hagen, and Caden Casson.
Really nice set of market heifers. Like I said, the one up here on the front end, the young lady, I mean, that one is sure a looker. I mean, it's got the pizzazz, the wow factor, cool made. It's one that has that center body, beautifully presented, nice haired. It's one that's level up over that top. When we look at her from a soundness standpoint, I think she's good in her front end. When we get in her back end, I think she's more comfortable on her back right than she is her back left. She wants to maybe get up in that and come a little steep, but it ain't doing nothing terrible. Like I said, I'm gonna live with it here today. Like I said, she just dominates in so many other parts of this, in parts and pieces that to me you just can't deny her. The heifer that comes in next, I really like. I mean, she's solid, she's genuine, but she just has more rib shape and body than the white heifer. I think both of them are fairly, like I said, honest and legit. Both of them are extended. I just like the way this one tracks around the ring. Real comfortable, real flat. Like I said, I like that. The white heifer, I like her. She's good out through her line. She's one that's extended, just a little bit more tubular in her underline. She just doesn't track off quite as soft and quite as comfortable as the one that goes out ahead of her. The sleeper heifer is going to be the one that comes in here next. There's a lot of things that's going for this heifer. I mean, if you read her and you analyze her, I mean, there's a lot of good in this one. And you know what? She's just kind of raw and hard today. So you go home and you feed this one and try to get her up in shape, because that's a good animal. I mean, she's nice up out of her neck, solid and sound on her feet and legs. She's got some hip in her. She just, like I said, she's just harsh in her look, and we got to get her softened up, and that's feed. That's no big deal. This one here, awfully good as well. Just gets up in its ankles a little bit. Like I said, just not as extended, but I like the rib shape and body. This one here I like awfully good too. I mean, it's nice up over its top, got some rib shape and body. I think softened up in its makeup, just gets rigid and gets real tight and stiff off its back hinds. And I think we conclude with a heifer that's got some power and shape and some thickness to it, but she's more rugged and kind of just a little bit more coarser in her build, not as refined and not as smooth as some that go out ahead of her today. Nice set of market heifers, a big class. Let's give our young people a round of applause. Nice job.
Results of Class 45. First place, Caden Kassoon. Second, Tyan Tipton. Third, Mila Tipton. Fourth, Bella Schultz. Fifth, Tuff Hagen. Sixth, Kane Grace. And seventh, Hayden Harder. Coming into Class 46 market heifer is Claire Ram, Ashton Schmelzer, Hadley Cooper, and Kaysen Snyder.
tough competitive drive here. I'm going to go with the yellow heifer. I just kind of, when I watch these walk and I look at the way they come to the ground and just being functional and carrying that rib shape back into the, back 1/3, I actually feel like, I mean, this one's not as big haired as the one that comes behind it, but I really feel like we have a more legitimate red meat and muscle and shape right through the center portion of her quarter, carrying it on down into her hind leg. I mean, you look at her underline and rib shape and her body, I feel she ties in very uniform. She's good up out through her top. Like I said, the young lady does a good job with her. This one here is cool. Like I said, if you want to switch them on the ends, I mean, you're on the outside looking in. I don't have a problem with that one. That one gets just a little bit more rigid in its walk. I mean, it's good and it's soft and it's passionate, but it just wants to drive them hard. Like I said, I love that one over the top. I mean, it's really wide, super cool looking out of that front end. Like I said, a very, very close pair. Like I said, you could switch them two, and I can't say that I can argue with you because I think they're very close, but I think what one does, the other one doesn't, and vice versa. So to me, that's the way I call it here today. The next heifer that comes in here, like I said, really, really good. She's got everything going from her hip forward. It's just when we get behind her, she just doesn't carry the muscle and the shape as the two that go out ahead of her. And like I'm telling you, probably one of the stouter ones is the red one leaving out. I mean, she's good made, good looking. The young lady does a good job. Just gets too short strided, just gets too limited in her travel, to move her up any higher here today.
Results from Class 46. First place, Claire Ram. Second, Kason Snyder. Third, Hadley Cooper. And fourth, Ashton Schmelzer. Now entering the ring for Class 47, Rowan Marek, Bevan Birchie, Lydia Friesen, Colton Woodward, and Bryce Bristol Jeans.
probably one of the tougher classes that I've judged. I mean, just from a decision making standpoint. And I'm just going to say, like the red heifer is going to win her class. I'm just saying is I love this heifer. I mean, she's so beautifully presented, and she's one that just carries so much depth of body. And like I said, I'm in. I'm like when she came in, I'm in on this one until I watch her walk, and she's just okay. I mean, like I said, I'm going to give it to her today. I'd like to free her up, like I said, but I'm telling you what, that one there is beautiful made and just stout ended. And like when you talk about red meat and being a market heifer, I feel like that one there, does a lot of things right. The black and white heifer, I chose to go in here. I just felt like she was probably a little bit more deeper made and probably stouter and had some middle to her. And I feel like she's comfortable at the ground. I think she, replicates that body shape and to me the dimension that she has. Like I said, but to me it gets close. I mean, you could switch her and the smoke heifer. You know what I mean? Like I said, that heifer is a little coarser built, but she's good. I mean, I like that smoke heifer. I mean, she's big-legged and big-boned, and like I said, she kind of wants to get a little bit short-strided. I felt like the black and white one probably got around the ring a little more comfortable. We come into the next heifer, and this one here is like, I don't know what to do with this heifer. I'll be honest with you, because she doesn't fit. I mean, she looks more like a breeding heifer to me. She does not look like a market heifer. She's real trim. I mean, when we get it out here with all this power and meat, I mean, she just, like I said, she'd have been fun to see yesterday. So anyway, but I like her. I like her kind. I think she's got a lot of things going. But out here today, she just runs out of gas and runs out of wolf. So anyway, here's a heifer that I like as well. And like I said, I like her up over her top. I mean, she's got some center body. She just gets a little uneven in her top shape, gets up in her tail head. Like I said, it's a but that's a good kind of a heifer. I mean, like these are nice heifers, but I'm telling you, I don't know if there was two alike in this particular class. And like I said, that's good, that's solid, that's genuine. I mean, like I said, I just like to make her straighter in her line. So to me, like I said, a good class of cattle. Like they've done a good job. Like I said, there was a lot of decision. One of the harder ones out there for me to make today. I'll be honest with you out here. Let's give them a round of applause. Nice job.
Results from Class 47. First, Bristol Gines. Second, Lydia Friesen. Third, Rowan Merrick. Fourth, Bevan Birchie. And fifth, Colton Woodward. Coming into Class 48 for Market Heifer is Briley Rogers, Kyla Mather, Hunter Heesen, Vance Murnick, and Sutton Lockhorst.
kind of got it gathered up here. So anyway, but this white heifer here, I tell you what, she's a real deal. I'm just telling you what. I mean, she's cool made, and you know, like I said, she's got a lot of power and dimension and top shape. And like I said, she's one that gets around the ring with some comfort and some softness. Like I said, she's big up high. She gets around the ring good. Like I said, she's really explosive, and the way she carries that underline and rib shape and body back into that back 1/3, that's really, really impressive. I like the heifer in second. I mean, she's showy, flashy, got a good look to her. Probably doesn't track out quite as wide, and probably not a stout made. But to me, you know, she fits in there nicely in second. But like I said, she's a cool made heifer with a lot of look and a lot of ring presence to her. I like the heifer in third. I think she's one that's also very attractive from the side. I don't feel like she's quite as deep-sided as the one that goes out ahead of her. I feel like she's a little bit more trim in her underline, and like I said, but she's got a lot of look to her. She's really good on the profile. Like I said, really nice heifer. She just doesn't come up as much internal width as that heifer that goes out ahead. The next heifer I like a lot. I mean, I think she's comfortable on her feet and legs, just not as straight up over her top as good as the ones that go out ahead, but she's really extended out of her front end. I like that. And I think she's good in her chest. Like I said, I think she's good in her center body. We just like to true her up. And I think we conclude with a heifer that's, like I said, is awful good. These are nice heifers all the way down. She just carries a little bit more shortness of neck. You know, she's one that's sound and functional on her feet and legs. She's got some depth of body. I think she's easy feeding. Like I said, those are exceptional market heifers all the way down the line. The exhibitor's done a good job out here today.
Results from Class 48. First place, Vance Burnick. Second, Hunter Heesen. Third, Kyla Mather. Fourth, Sutton Lockhorse. And fifth, Briley Rogers. Class 49, Colin Rasmussen, Kendall Selman, and Taya Ann Clement.
Excellent class here. I'm just telling you what. I mean, this heifer here is so impressive. I mean, her color is phenomenal. She's fitted unbelievably. But you get up on her, she's big-ended, and like I said, she's extended up out of her neck. And like I said, she's got enough rib shape for me today. Like I said, it's not. You know, I think the plan would be try to give her some more. But I'm telling you what, that one's hard to make, hard to find, and then that one there is just very special in her kind. I went with the red heifer behind her because she's so explosive and big-legged. You know, she's a little more coarser in her build, but she's good in her center body, and I think that's where she gets it over the black heifer. I like the smoothness of the black heifer, but she's just not as stout-featured as that one. I mean, that one there is exceptionally big-ended, and I think she's very good at the ground as well. She's just more rugged out of her front end. So I chose to go to power today, and that would be the what I did as far as determining the placing here. I love the show look here. I love the smoothness. I feel like, she's fairly good when she comes down the ground, like I said, but she's just not as wide built in her bone and in her upper hip compared to the ones that go out today. Congratulations.
Results for Class 49. First, Colin Rasmussen. Second, Taya Ann Clement. And third is Kendall Selman. Coming back in for Champion Market Heifer, Levi Peldo, Caden Cassoon, Claire Ram, Bristol Gines, Vance Murnick, and Colin Rasmussen.
Tell you what, this market heifer deal has been outstanding, and as they come back, I'm pleased. And like I said before, as we started this, I wish we had this in Oklahoma. And for all of you from different states, and there is a chance to provide a market heifer show, I would jump on board because I am an advocate for that, and we don't have it in Oklahoma. And like I said, we're at a disadvantage, and I think anybody that breeds them and raises them ought to get on board and like get behind this, because anybody knows this business, like you got heifers that should have been steers and vice versa. So even sex semen ain't perfect. And so to me, like I said, it's a good advantage to have good opportunity. And like I said, it splits up a family. Like I said, another option for to get your different heifers showed in different places. And like I said, I mean this deal's been good. And like I said, I feel like we've got some cattle out here that are going to be right in the thick of it when it comes down to the overall. So we started out this heifer show strong, and that one there is a real cool looking heifer, youthful. Like I said, I love everything about that heifer. I would like to see her just track out just a little bit better to make her better. The one behind her out of Class 2 is so even in her lines, and she's really good, and she's so smooth built. And still showy, and has that just extremely show female look to her. And like I said, when she gets out and travels, she's more comfortable on her right than her left, and that's just kind of the way she is. But I'm okay with that. All right. The yellow heifer, I'm telling you what, I just felt like there was two in this class, and I picked the heifer that I thought was just more genuine. I mean, you know what? I felt like there was more internal shape, more heifer there, and that's the way I called it out here today. And that's what she is. She's what you see is what you get. She's legitimate. She's genuine. I'm just telling you. I mean, that's just the way she hits me. But there's a lot of things I like about her. This next heifer that comes in line, like I said, she's a powerhouse. I mean, she's big center bodied and big legged and big hipped, and like I said, beautifully presented out here. She doesn't get around the ring as good as I wish she would. She gets a little bit more limited and rigid, but you know what? Like I said, I'm okay. Like I said, for today, like I said, but I would like for her to soften up if she could. The white heifer, I think, is one that's super honest. I mean, she's soft at the ground. She's big hipped. I mean, she's one that's, she's not as big-legged as some out here, but she's as big a back and probably as genuine as they come when you get up on her and you actually look at stifle action and her rib shape and her body and continuing that up through her top and still keeping that in a sound package. And then we conclude with this red heifer, and I think she's one that's very unique and special, very highly presented and shown so good out of her hip. Like I said, I love her color. Like I said, she needs to have more rib shape and body. That'd be a nitpicking on a really good one. But like I said, it's been a fun drive out here. I'm going to take one more look. I'm going to get you your top two out here. Let's give our market heifer people a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Your grand champion market heifer goes to Colin Rasmussen. Your reserve champion market heifer goes to Rowan Vance Murnick. We will now do our champion overall drive. Your Angus champion is Jenna Fries. Charolais is Colin Rasmussen. Keys is Cooper Miller. Gelbvieh is Tyler Stitch. Hereford is Jovi Miller. Limmy is Cashlyn Krebs. Maine, Jenna Ike. Red Angus, Reed Selman. Simmental, Cooper Miller. Foundation Simmental, Hadley Cooper. Shorthorn, Keegan Ross. Shorthorn Plus, Mila Tipton. AOB, Dylan Cargo. Crossbred, Jenna Ike. Market Heifer, Colin Rasmussen.
Well, before we select your champion market animal, like I said, first I want to thank the ring help, Bob and Chip and Cora, and like I said, I know the bunch in the back, Jerry lining cattle up. I tell you what, the announcers out here, those are all things that make a show float right along, and you know what, they're calling classes and lining up cattle and like trying to guide cattle in here, and like I said, it's a big operation here to pull one of these off and make it run smooth, and so to me, they've got plenty of help. I really appreciate, they pick up the manure out here constantly. Like I said, I don't have to carry any of that home with me or whatnot. So there's all the little things that this show does that makes it, to me, the spectacular event that it is. I've never been to this facility before, and I mean, I'll tell you what, this place is awesome. I mean, I can honestly say my wife and daughter are coming here to a barrel race here in the end of July in the Royal Crown or whatever that they're hosting here, and so yeah, they're all like, they wanted me to check it out. Well, ain't nothing to check out. This place is just nice. So anyway, I mean, this place is spectacular, and we're fortunate to have, not only the youth programs that get provided here for these young people, but the facilities. We've had, the facilities are incredible. And like I said, these guys go the extra mile. They're always trying to do things better. And like I said, I've never been to the Black Hills Stock Show. I've heard about it, and I've seen it in, online, magazines, and all the above. But it's more impressive in person than it is, on anything that I've even seen. So to me, hats off to all the staff and all the ring help, and like I said, everybody that gets involved. And they come and they pick you up here, and they feed you well. And like I said, the hospitality is awesome. And so I can't thank the Black Hills Stock Show for everything that they provide, not only for me but the exhibitors and all the families behind it. I tell you what, they are so accommodating. It's just unbelievable. Like I said, last night when we got done showing, they was smoothing out the ring, putting extra chips in here. So I mean, I'll tell you what, they don't quit. Even though the show's over, they're going to be out here polishing this thing up and getting it ready for the next venue. So to me, I want to thank my folks at home. Like I said, I got a great crew. We're calving hard. We actually got more winter weather in Oklahoma than we do here. I think this morning it was 33 degrees and it was 12 at my house. Now, I don't know how that happens. I don't know how it's colder in Oklahoma than it is here, but you know what? I don't know. But anyway, because I think it must have had to go through you guys to get to me, right? So anyway, I don't know. But anyway, I guess it's a phenomenon, right? But anyway, like I said, we run a cow herd, but I got a really good crew, and like I said, my wife and both my kids are involved, and their spouses, and like I said, everybody that's involved in our operation. Plus, we have some help that just is to me, I think the best help that you could ever get. And like I said, it allows me to travel. It allows me to follow my dreams and passions. And I'd recommend that to you kids. You know what? You're living the dream right now. So anyway, it's a neat event. We raise kids with this. The cattle are phenomenal. But like I said, I raised my kids in this program, and they're young parents. I mean, COVID was good to me, actually, because I got 2 grandkids out of that deal. So I can't complain about that. But I'm just saying is they turned into really good parents, and I got 3 grandkids now, and it's just awesome. So anyway, I'm going to quit talking. Like I said, I'm not going to talk to cattle. We got a ring full, but we got a ring full of awesome cattle. And I know there's some people that that either didn't agree with me or they're disappointed on the placing. But these cattle are so good. I mean, and there were some decisions to be made along the way that weren't easy. I'll be honest with you, it gets tough out here. And like I said, and we got showmanship to get conquered out here in just a little bit. But I'll tell you what, I know these come from multiple states, and I know what they come from all over the country here, whether they're the showing or the breeders or the fitters or all the people that go behind. Young people, lastly, thank the people that got you here. They got your back. They are your biggest vote. They're your biggest supporter, and they're always going to be behind you. But I'm going to go get your top 5. It's been incredible. It's been awesome, and it's been a lot of fun. And like I said, put your hands together for an incredible set of cattle out here today. Like I said, thank you for allowing me to come up here and look.
Your grand champion is Jenna Ike. Entering the ring with reserve crossbred is Colin Rasmussen. Our overall reserve champion steer was Cooper Miller. Your third overall was Colin Rasmussen. Fourth overall is Cooper Miller. Your fifth overall goes to Cashlyn Krebs. Congratulations. We will take a break to take backdrop photos, and then we will roll right into showmanship, beginning with beginners. Thank you. We are ready to start beginner showmanship. Entering the ring for Class 1 beginners, Reed Selman, Dallas Mather, Rowdy Rathbun, Kenna Covey, and Evelina Jacobson.
As we start your beginner showmanship, like I said, we've got, I think, 3 heats of these, and like I said, I'm going to kind of be selecting out of here on what I see, and like I said, this all gets down to, just ease of the cattle and, how they're setting up and, who's getting it done the quickest and who's holding them, in position the longest, and like I said, it's not, it's not a lot of things go in here, but like I said, but showmanship's very important. I'm going to take 2 out of here. I'm going to take the young man with the purple shirt and the young lady behind him. We'll have you come back here. Like I said, let's give them a round of applause. We'll catch them back in here momentarily. Like I said, just keep working hard for the rest of them out here. Like I said, it's the end. It gets closer to the end of the day. These cattle are tired. I'm just telling you what. Some of these calves, it's their first show. So like I said, everybody, honestly, this is a participation deal where they don't have to come here. They come in here because they want to, just in the stands here. So these guys right here, they chose to come in here and make themselves better. Like I said, let's give them one more round of applause. That's how you get it done.
Coming back from Class 1 will be Rowdy Rathbun and Kenneth Covey. Entering the ring for Class 2 is Melanie Daniels, Sutton Lockhorst, Stetson Bomberger, Jada Jensen, Kason Clement, Cora Fries, and Amelia Covey.
This is a bigger group, so I'm gonna pull these three back. We'll have them come back. Like I said, we've got another heat here, so all good here. Like I said, excellent group here. Like I said, keep working hard. The main thing is like make sure you build yourself some space. I mean, the thing that you got to know about this ring is it's not overly big, and so to me, you've got to make your space, and that's one thing that'll probably fix about all showmanship problems is room or space. But you're gonna have to build it, and you're gonna have to make it. So anyway, so just a little bit of a short tip for down the road. But let's give them a big round of applause. Nice job out here. Like I said, I love these guys. All right, good job.
Returning from Class 2 is Sutton Lockhorst, Jada Jensen, and Amelia Covey. Now entering the ring is Class 3 of Beginner Showman. Grace Daniels, Adam Weber, Bowen Brown, Tyne Tipton, Trig Erickson, Brinley Day, Nora Wiedert, and Riot Shoopy.
I'm going to bring these three back for your overall here. Like I said, this gets tough. It doesn't get easy out here. I love watching showmanship, but boy, having to judge kids, that's that little print that y'all didn't tell me about right on this show. But anyway, just kidding. But anyway, like I said, I'd rather judge 1,000 head of cattle as 10 kids. But anyway, I have to pick and choose. That's my job. But I tell you what, I love every one of these kids. I tell you what, this is where it starts. And if you don't like what that looks like, I mean, this is where all their careers starts in here, starts at that age. I'm just telling you, if you don't like that look, I guess I think you're dead. I can't help you. So anyway, let's give them a big round of applause for a great job out here. Good job.
Coming back from Class 3 is Nora Weidert, Riot Shupe, and Adam Weber. We will now roll into a champion beginner showman. Back in the ring for champion beginner showman is Sutton Lockhorst, Jaden Jensen, Kenna Covey, Amelia Covey, Nora Weidert, Riot Shupe, Adam Weber, and Rowdy Rathbun. Beginner showmen will also need to make their way to the backdrop with just themselves and their show stick for a photo after results are out. Just the top 5.
As we select your top 5 beginners division here in showmanship, let's give them a big round of applause out here. Nice job. Like I said before, they didn't have to come out here. They chose to come out here. A lot of these calves are going to be super tired. They've been in here ring multiple times, and like I said, it gets down to a consistency thing and just kind of how you and your animal are working. And like I said, so honestly, when you made the cut, you won. So to me, and we're going to kind of get our top 5 out here. But it's been a fun drive, and like I said, there's definitely some younger showmen out here that are just getting started, but they look like they've been showing a long time because they know what they're doing. So I'm going to go grab your top 5. It's been a fun drive. Let's sit one time, like I said, one thing. Let's give them one more round of applause. I don't mind giving this group all they need. So.
Your champion beginner showman was Jada Jensen. Second, Sutton Lockhorst. Third, Rowdy Rathen. Fourth, Kenna Covey. And fifth, Riot Shoopy. Now entering the ring is Class 4. Hayden Harder, Rowan Merrick, Eli Duell, Jennings Mazur, Halsey Middle Mist, Graham Stinston.
I'm going to bring these two back. Like I said, we're just getting into your junior division. I think we got four of these different heats. So, like I said, it gets competitive. I've just felt like, these two animals, and like, they're just more comfortable, setting up and just kind of walking into it. And like I said, what I'm looking for today is I'm looking for, somebody to get them set up fast and kind of lead comfortable and just make it look easy. So, but I like some quickness involved too. So it's kind of like you only got so much time in the ring. Like I said, I think the average is 2 minutes per head per class is what usually a judge takes. So you don't have long. So you kind of there is some urgency in there. But let's give them a round of applause. Like I said, a nice job, excellent out here today. Congratulations.
Coming back from Class 4 Junior Showmanship is Halsey Middlemist and Jennings Pazor. Now entering the ring, Class 5, Heath Ralston, Brixton Birchie, Ryder Gray, Bella Schultz, Hadley Eichstead, Bella Schultz, Jory Miller,
I'm going to bring these two back in. Like I said, just real comfortable, real easy. Like I said, real solid. And like I said, we'll catch them back in here momentarily. Let's give the rest of the group a big round of applause for coming out here. Like I said, it gets close, and like I said, I don't really have a number that I'm going to take out of here, just kind of whatever I see. And a lot of times, it really isn't anything the kids are doing wrong. A lot of times it's just their cattle are whooped and they're tired, and it's just hard for them to stay consistent. So, like I said, keep working hard, keep setting them up. You're the trainer, you're the teacher. You have to teach these cattle their job. That's the number one thing. They have to know their job. There's a lot of kids that know what they're supposed to do, but they're leading calves that don't know what they're supposed to do, and that comes, from being young, never been showed. Like I said, some of these calves it's their first show. So, like I said, just keep being consistent in your work ethics. Like I said, it's just going to get better and better and better. But one more time, let's give them a nice round of applause for coming out here. Great job.
Coming back from Class 5 is Brixton Birchie and Jory Miller. Class 6, Diem Shupi, Tayton Clement, Bevan Birchie, Kyle Shaw, Allison Daniels, McKenna Hagan, Shaylee Jensen, Baylor Pazur.
We're going to bring three of them back here, like I said, for your final drive here. Like I said, it gets tough out here, and like I said, like I can't reiterate. I know it's the end of the day, and like I said, but I know these kids. It's been easy just to like lay them down and be done. But I tell you what, they didn't, and they came out here, and it's not only good. I mean, it's good for the cattle because it just you can't duplicate this stuff at home. No matter how hard you try, but it's way good for the kid. And the other thing is. We learned so much on what we need to do from a management standpoint by show ring situation, just from a standpoint of, we need to try to put more condition on them or we need to take some off. I mean, whatever the case is. And so, you can sit there and study them all you want at home until you get them home and get them out in the show and you kind of compare them with some other cattle. I know we're in showmanship here, but it's the same thing. A lot of times it's your positioning. You can work on some things and to me, it's very helpful and it makes you better. So let's give them a nice round of applause. We'll catch them back, like I said, here momentarily. Thank you for coming out.
Coming back from Class 6 is DM Shupi, Bevan Birchie, and Baylor Pazor. In Class 7, we have Parker Day, Hayes Eichstadt, Xavier Grace, Colton Woodward, Mila Tipton, Mason Lockhorst, and Harrison Cook.
I'm going to grab 3 out of here. Like I said, it gets close. I'm just telling you. So anyway, like I said, and like I said, I know that steer wasn't leading perfect, but like I said, he was the front one. So we'll see how he does when he comes back in here and follows. So anyway, but like I said, everything else that young man does is awesome. So anyway, but everything's good out here. Like I said, let's give him a nice round of applause. Like I said, for coming out here. Congratulations.
Coming back from Class 7 is Parker Day, Mila Tipton, and Mason Lockhorst. We will now move into our champion junior showman. Don't forget to take yourself and your show stick to the backdrop if you are placed. Thank you. Coming back from Class 4 is Halsey Middlemist and Jennings Pazor. Class 5 is Brixton Birchie and Jory Miller. Class 6 is DM Shupi and Bevan Birchie and Baylor Pazor. Class 7, Parker Day, Mila Tipton, and Mason Lockhorst.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is a tough division. I was talking to the young lady here, and she said, "This is a toughie." I go, "Yeah, you're right." Anyway, so it is. I'm not, and like I said, it's tough out here, and it's not easy. And like you said, but these kids are doing an incredible job. And like I said, these cattle are tired, and you know what? It's just one of them things where it's just one of them things on who outlasts who, you know. So to me, and it just gets down to ease of showing and you know how the cattle are working, because there's just so many times when it's like not there's not anything that the calf's doing. I mean, the kids doing anything wrong. It's just the cattle are you know, they're wore out. So anyway, so and there could be a kid or two wore out too. But anyway, it's been a fun division. I'm gonna go get your top five. Let's give all these young people a big round of applause out here. Nice job.
Congratulations to our junior showmen, Brixton Birchie, Jory Miller, DM Shupi, Baylor Pazor, and Jennings Pazor. Please make your way back to the backdrop with your show stick and yourself. Thank you and congratulations. Moving in to our senior showmanship, we will have Brody Lesher, Keegan Ross, Hadley Cooper, Jace Rich, Natalie Herbst, Ashton Schmelzer, Stefan Gamble, and Danny Santee.
I'm going to bring these three back. Like I said, we got 6 heats, so like I said, but I mean, last yesterday we had to split it and run a semifinals. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a number counter. Like I said, when I see something good, I like to use it. So anyway, we'll catch these back in here. Like I said, just like I said, I don't take it personal. Like I said, I'm just trying to read them quick here, and like I said, trying to see who's doing the smoothest. And to me, everybody's doing a good job out here. Let's give them a big round of applause. Like I said, I really don't, can't say too much here. It's an advantage to the ones coming in, but good job.
Returning from Class 8 is Jace Rich, Ashton Schmelzer, and Danny Santee. Entering the ring for Class 9, Liberty Cook, Brendan Bryce, Heidi Reeder, Kyla Mather, Landon Daniels, Riley West, Hadley Johnson, and Maggie Holt.
I'm going to bring these two back. Like I said, young ladies here with the yellow steer and the black and white steer. So, like I said, very competitive, awful close. Like I said, I'm just kind of looking for something that's easy. And like I said, that young lady was leading the pack, and she just kind of smooth as they come. So anyway, like I said, keep working hard. Like I said, it gets tough out here. Like I said, I hate to pick, but I got to. So anyway, like I said, I am proud of the fact, though, every one of these divisions and every one of these, and I was going to kind of save this for my final speech here, but I'm like, heck, I might as well say it, because if I don't say it now, I'll probably forget it. But anyway, but what I really impressed, and we just keep seeing them come in, but it started all day long, and I mean, we're in showmanship, so it is showcasing the exhibitor, where this morning, we were showcasing the cattle, but all that has got to come together. But I'll tell you what, every one of these kids that's been through here, specifically the ones that come in showmanship because they know, but they're all dressed for success. They all have the look, and they all have the cattle are fitted, but the kids fitted too, and I like that. So to me, I think that dress and attire is a big deal, but every one of these kids has done a good job, and I think that's what the U.S. needs to see more of, and I'm just saying in our country. And like I said, I dig it that these kids know how to dress, because they're going to have to dress right when they go get a job, and I think that's important. So let's give them a big round of applause for a nice job out here. That's my 2 cents. So.
Coming back from Class 9, Hadley Johnson and Maggie Holt. Now entering the ring is Class 10 of Senior Showmanship, Ella Hiller, Bridger Erickson, Claire Ram, Brody Huffman, Lydia Friesen, Hunter Heesen, Kane Grace, and Dylan Russell.
I'm going to bring these two back. Like I said, we got a lot of heats here, but like I said, it's boy, this is strong. I mean, all the way through. And you know, the thing that like this senior division, like in a lot of shows, I mean, well, first off, I got to say there was an incredible amount of participation in showmanship yesterday and today. So to me, that says a bunch about you know, the show itself, but these kids. I'm just talking about these exhibitors. They chose to come in here, and I know, you know, like I said, there's emotions that go with this, and I get that. But I'm just saying this. But I'm impressed that they do that, and the numbers are big and good, and they've stayed solid all the way through. And like I said, and then the biggest thing that I think the other thing is that I just want to talk a little bit about showmanship in general. You know, I get to hang out with these kids all day long. I mean, we judge the cattle. I mean, that's what it was for me in this scenario here the last 2 days. But the thing that I also I keep bragging on, like their dress code and all this and that. But the other thing is when you know you do converse with some of these kids out here from time to time, whether you just do. I mean, but I'm just saying is one thing that they're real quick at, and I love it because I believe in this, and I taught my kids this, and I mean. It's yes sir or no ma'am. I'm just saying I like that yes sir stuff, or you know what I mean, just that total. I just think that's a good deal, and it's not a quiz bowl for me out here at all. So just forget that. But I just think these kids are trained, and you know what, they've been brought up right, and there's good parents behind them and grandparents, and that's why they're good kids, and you got good kids good leading good cattle, and it's just a win. So let's give them a big round of applause. I'll quit talking. So anyway, nice job out here.
Returning from Class 10 is Claire Ram and Hunter Heason. Now entering the ring, Class 11, Corbin Stivar, Oren Sell, Reagan Torbett, Bristol Gines, Caleb Lindholm, Casey Ross, and Briley Rogers.
I'm going to run with these two here. Like I said, we catch them back here. Like I said, this is tough. I mean, the senior division, you expect it to be tough, but I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, it's just wolfy out here. And like I said, it just gets very competitive, and like I said, it just gets down to little bitty things. And like I said, so there's a couple things I want to converse with a couple of them out here. But like I said, let's give them a big round of applause for a nice job. All right.
Coming back from Class 11, Bristol Giants and Briley Rogers. Coming in for Class 12, we have Paisley Cundy, Cooper Miller, Aspen Berry, Colby Rich, Claire Daniels, Jaden Thompson, and Josie Franzen.
I'm going to bring these two back. Like I said, here we'll have them in here in just a little bit. But like I said, it gets tough out here. Not as many, and as we've seen in some particular heats. But like I said, I'm not a numbers guy. I pick what I like, pick what I see. And honestly, like I said, what I'm looking for is I'm just looking for to be set up, comfortable, to be I'm just telling you what, fast and quick. The other thing is it's good that the saying is what looks good in the ring is kids leading cattle. What looks bad in the ring is cattle leading kids. So to me, anyway, like I said, it's just like I said, and a lot of times going down this way, I don't really think too much of it just because they know they've been in here enough. They know that's the way out of here. So it's just giving a little different look. Like I said, a lot of times when we set them up on this side. So anyway, let's give them a nice round of applause for coming out here. Nice job.
Returning from Class 12, Kobe Rich and Claire Daniels. Entering the ring for Class 13, we have Kendall Selman, Briella Brights, Harley Kelso, Marilee Michael, Cashlyn Krebs, Xander Oliver, Taya Ann Clement, and Wynn West. This is our final class of senior showmen, and then we will roll right into champion senior showmen.
I'm going to bring these two gals back here for your final drive. Like I said, I don't know if we're doing a semifinals or not. I don't know what we're doing here. I haven't talked to like the staging area here. But like I said, I don't even know how many we got for your senior division. But like I said, awful good out here. Like some of these calves are just wore out. I'm just telling you what. So don't get bummed out. I'm just telling you what, it'd be, if we did this in the morning, hey, they're fresh. It'd probably, it can change the game too. So I get it. So anyway, good job out here. Let's give them a nice round of applause out here.
Coming back for our final drive for senior showmanship is Cashlin Krebs and Win West. We will just have one class for the overall senior showman, and once you're done, please make your way to the backdrop with your show stick and yourself. Thank you. We are going to split it. In our first semifinal class of senior showmanship, we have Hadley, Danny, Jace, Claire, Ashton, Briley, and Bristol.
I'm bringing these four back. Like I said, I'm not going to work them too hard. So I just, like I said, that's what kind of got my eye. So, like I said, a couple things here I want to share with them, but nothing big. But anyway, let's give them a big round of applause. Like I said, this semifinal, like I said, it gets tough, it gets competitive, it gets wolfy out here. So anyway, we'll see you guys back.
coming back is Hadley, Jace, and Ashton. That was my mistake. The 4 on the fence line on the other side are the ones coming back. Semifinals number 2, we have Claire, Colby, Hunter, Maggie, Wynn, and Cashlin. From semifinals number 1 coming back is Danny, Claire, Briley, and Bristol.
I'm going to bring these 4 back here. So for you up here, it's these 4 here. I'm bringing them back. Like I said, tough drive. Like I said, good job. Like I said, this senior drive is really impressive. Like I said, and a lot of times it's just, just like I said, it gets down to the cattle. So anyway, let's give them a big round of applause for a nice job out here.
Coming back in will be Claire, Colby, Hunter, and Cashlin. This is our final champion drive for senior showmen. We have Briley, Bristol, Claire, Danny, Colby, Hunter, Cashlin.
As we select your champion senior showman, first off, let's give them a big round of applause. Like I said, they've been in here 3 times for crying out loud. So anyway, it gets tough out here. Like I said, consistency is a big word here, and like I said, it's just one thing. It's just kind of like I pulled plenty. Like I said, I didn't know how many, but I don't really care. Like I said, this is as good a showmanship as far as depth that I've been into in quite some time. So I mean, and that says a lot because we are in this every day. And like I said, it's just fun to watch these young people. I know there's going to be some disappointments here, but anyway, like I said, this is a tough job. I like I said, I'd rather judge cattle than showmanship. I love watching it, but like it just gets challenging. I mean, like I said, when you start trying to pick apart, a showman. So to me, and that's one thing that I, in respect for them, I'm not one to say, well, I felt like this kid did this one better than that. I like to do that one-on-one. A lot of times I'll see something. I don't do it to every kid, but a lot of times if I see something like I just had, I'll see something and I know it's going to help that kid, I'm going to give him my 2 cents and my opinion, whatever that's worth. And like I said, because there is some things that's changing today, like from like when I showed, which would be a million years ago. But I'm just saying, we used to square them up, we used to scratch on the stomach. Now we stagger them. Now we're always out on the chest. And I'm just saying is so to me, a lot of things have changed. And like I said, these kids are professional, and there isn't one kid in here that couldn't go show anybody's cattle. I mean, like if I need a substitute showman and I needed to go grab one, there's every one of these I would feel comfortable about getting the job done. I mean, they're that good. So to me, like I said, I appreciate you coming back. I appreciate the look that you have. Like I said, Michelle has got a zillion camera shots out here, so if you, I'm telling you, take advantage of that because this is good stuff. And so to me, once again, thanks for the show. Thanks for the ring staff. You know what? They've just made my job real easy. I know Jerry out back lining stuff up, and the young lady here, I don't know your name, but you've kept me on point all last 2 days. So I appreciate you. So anyway, so it's been a fun show for me. Like I said, I've never been to this show. This is my first time, and this place is awesome. I mean, I'm telling you, for the folks that come here and the folks that are around here, this facility is incredible. I mean, you're just so fortunate to have something like this, not only to impact these young people and their animals, but all the other events that go here and help develop and contribute to the community. And it's just a good, I mean, we have nice facilities at our area, and it's always busy and full, and like I said, but it is good for our area. And so anyway, like I said, so I just want to say thank you. It's been a fun 2 days, and like I said, I've really enjoyed it. I'm going to go out here and get your top 5. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Please head to the backdrop with your show stick for a picture. I got it, thank you. Our champion senior showman is Claire Daniels, reserve Briley Rogers, third Bristol Jeans, fourth Danny Santee, and fifth Claire Ram. Congratulations to all our exhibitors, and thank you all for coming.